I could never get the hang of watching two people play video games against each other in a multiplayer game, right? But there are streaming platforms like Twitch and also accompanying platforms like Discord, which allow you to watch two people play video games against each other. Is cyber also becoming somewhat like that, in the sense that the attacks are automated, a bot is attacking you, and your defense is also a bot, because first question, Mr. Manjunath.
Hi, this is Manjunath here. So I am from TBS. We are basically an automotive sector thing. Right, what you asked, it's become a chicken and egg problem. So whether a human does it first or a machine does it first. So that's the way we are growing it. But at the same time, we are at an interesting time where we see the rapid evolution of technology growing and getting into all domains. Earlier it was limited to the IT domain or the banking domain. But now AI is protruding itself into every machine. Now, as you rightly asked about whether it's bot versus bot, what does human do there is another factor now to watch these bots, are they doing or not. So guarding them, protecting them, seeing that they're not going beyond their boundaries is something where the human intelligence is getting built in. So this is a quite interesting things to watch and see.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Balaji. I'm from Flexi Loans. We are an NBFC and a fintech. We do have a marketplace, financial marketplace, which we built it homegrown in Chennai. Thanks for the Indo group for organizing these wonderful panel discussions, 2-day discussions. Thank you, the Indo team. Yeah. The question of, are we, two bots are fighting together? Absolutely, in the world it is like this. Two algorithms are fighting together. Algorithm which is going to distract us and the algorithm which is going to protect us. The two algorithms are fighting together. What is our role? Our role is a referee role here right now. So we as a referee, we need to keep monitoring, put the guardrails, what it can happen. That's the two things. What happened, whenever the attack bots are there, they have the fund, they have the money, they are much, much faster than defense system. So our defense system can be much more proactive in nature. Can be able to bring those kind of AI into the system. So that's where we are. Certainly human is in the middle here, but what the role of human is a referee, see the algorithm, both the algorithms, and what best can able to put as a guardrail. That's where my starting discussion is all about. Thank you.
Yeah, Vinod here. Thanks for the opportunity in the group. It's a very interesting question to ask, right? In fact, yesterday I was talking to my daughter that I will not be available tomorrow to come from school on your own. She said, where are you going up? I said, I have a session I'm going to speak about cybersecurity on AI. She said, are you going to talk, so you are going to talk about cybersecurity to prevent AI, right? AI attacks. I said, yeah. Okay, and then I also talk about the advantages of using cybersecurity for AI. I said, okay, I'm not clear. Are you against it or for it? I mean, are you supporting this or that? So I was like, wow. And connecting on what Balaji had said, right? It maybe when AGI comes in, that kind of a philosophical question can go. I think it's a tangent at this point of time. But really speaking, it's all about guardrails. How are you doing it? I would really look at it as a blast radius game. You know, what can go wrong? How do you go wrong from a defensive standpoint? But otherwise, it's more of a referee role and guiding it. I still don't see bots playing bots at this point of time. Maybe somewhere down the line, it might become a reality, but as long as it is a game on a TV or in a controlled space, it might make sense. I'm talking about segmentation and containerization and all, so that whatever happens there. For anything more critical, important, I think that layers will come to human beings, and that's how it is set. I'm talking about human in the loop and various structure where certain things autonomously AI can decide and respond to an attack, because the mean time to respond, the velocity that you're talking about will come into play. But then there is a good bargain between being fast and being right. So accuracy also plays. So it's an ongoing item. I think we'll hear more on that.
Dr. Ramkumar, yeah. I want you to weigh in particularly on two angles to this question. So Vinod mentioned mean time to respond and mean time to recover, sorry. Mean time to recover. So as attacks become faster and faster, what we normally put into our SLAs in terms of mean time to recover, that needs to go down. We are forced to make it go down because we can't have the mean time to recover that we used to have, let's say, 4 years back or 5 years back. Please weigh in on that aspect. And I also would like you to talk about the blast radius concept, which is, yes, we took the hit, but we have to keep continuing. How are our systems architected in such a way that we are able to contain the damage to one portion of our infrastructure, but still manage to run the rest of it?
Yeah. So good afternoon, everyone. So before getting to that, two bots are fighting each other, right? So attackers use AI, defenders use AI. What we are here, what humans are doing. Sometimes I think that we are here to uproot those budgets, other than that to defend the environment, right? So when it comes to the MTTR, right, definitely when we introduce AI from the defender perspective, imagine for a 5 lakh amount of logs volume, it is not possible for us to hire a 50,000 intern to monitor the logs, right? So where this AI being introduced to monitor, to mitigate, earlier the incident scenario was different. When incident is raised, an analyst will be assigned and he will monitor, he will assess, and then he will take it to the next level. Now the system bots are automated. It even auto-isolate, and finally it alerts to the human to say what is the next plan. On top of it, whatever the AI respond or auto-isolate or prevent the further damages to the environment, but still, at the end of the day, human decides. For example, if any attacks has happened in a production environment in a manufacturing industry, the human decides whether we need to shut down the stop line or not, right? So that is where between the AI and the human interactions play a vital role. When it comes to the MTTR, drastically it got reduced when we implement the AI platform.
Yeah, Vinod.
Add in something there, right? MTTR, again, with AI, what has happened is it has democratized a lot of things, right? What used to be kept in one domain is no longer there, right? Anyone can code, anyone can write. I mean, your industry has been disrupted, obviously, first, from a creative content, from that standpoint, and now we have a lot of things coming in. So what really has happened is AI has actually blurred the line between the business and IT largely, right? Now, the impact is the most important thing. It really doesn't matter whether a system is up or down. What is the impact it is causing? In a traditional MTTR scenario, right, you will have some server going down. But with AI, what is really happening is you're not actually losing a system. You're losing accuracy. It is giving wrong results. It is saying, asking you to do something. So the degradation is something that cannot be, it's not a binary yes or a no. So the traditional metrics may have to be re-looked at it, right? Because from the incident time, you notify someone and take it. Those kind of things might not happen. We are in a new game. I just want to add that context. By the way, sir, to your point, budget approval, we are working on an agentic AI, which will actually go and place orders for laptops for one of the customers using agentic framework. We'll look at and then do it. So bots are already placing orders now and taking the financial decision also.
One of the key questions that I see within the context of bots or bots versus humans, the fundamental principle in cybersec is attackers only need to be right once, whereas defenders need to be right always, all the time. It's kind of like a wicket-keeper situation or a goalkeeper situation in sport, right? You don't remember all the catches that the wicket-keeper took or all the saves the goalkeeper did, but you always remember the catch that he dropped or the stumping he missed and so on, right? Cybersec's kind of like that in the sense that you need to be right all the time. It needs to work all the time. So with AI lowering the cost of attack to very low, meaning that anybody can spin up a bot and have it run and create a DDoS kind of situation, is the traditional cost structure of defense becoming unsustainable? Is there a cheaper way that we could defend? Is there an approach that could be cheaper?
See, if the approach has to be cheaper, then definitely we have to adopt technology, because the old traditional method was, as you rightly said, have the interns do the monitoring. That's not going to be feasible at all. So if it has to be cheaper, then definitely technology has to be adopted. Put in these bots to let it do the monotonous jobs. And then when it comes to the reskilling part or the L3 level, L4 level, that's where the human intervention can come into guide properly and check whether the outcome is the right thing or not. So definitely, if it has to be faster and cheaper, technology is the way.
Just a point, Balaji, if I may. Thank you. Again, you spoke about cybersecurity, and then the goal of always the defender has to succeed every time. The attacker only has to succeed once, which is true everywhere. But I think that philosophy has not changed in eons. That is something that continues to be there. Those kind of things don't change with cyber, whatever be it, right, quantum or AI, wherever it is, that those principles still apply. What I'm trying to say here is, I believe while technology is definitely required, sometimes, you need to go to old school way of thinking and figuring out what do you really want to protect. What is that you want? And you build around your crown jewels or the key assets. What do you really want to protect? Invest there. And then the other items, maybe you can leave it to an autonomous response and figure out the impact to the business, how it is going to be. That will actually eventually decide. Otherwise you're not going to ever finish this game, right? It's always a catch-up game with the attacker and defender. You'll always invent a better spear and a shield. This continues from that age. You'll always have this going on. So you'll have to draw a line, figure out what is the accepted level of risk or accepted level of damage that you can take. That'll go into recovery. What you cannot lose has to be protected, and that is where whatever technology we've been talking about, that has to come. Balaji, you want to do?
Mr. Balaji?
Yeah. Certainly the world has moved very, very fast forward. Over the years, what has happened is every single business entity has generated humongous data, huge data. And the terminology came data as oil. What has become is, now this oil has become really inflammable suddenly, because of AI and everything, okay? So then what we can able to do it? It is no more a disaster recovery. It is a decision recovery nowadays. Because nobody knows what is the right set of golden data you're going to recover right now. Everyone started implementing a lot of AI system. What happens if your AI is giving a 5% false information month after month or day after day? So which is the right set of data you're going to recover? So that golden data itself becoming a challenge right now. So it's no more a data recovery, it's a decision recovery going forward. So this is where a lot of these technologies keep playing us and helping us.
Thank you, Mr. Balaji. That actually offers a very nice segue into my second theme, which is integrity. Integrity of the entire system, including the data, including everything. Continuity isn't just about uptime, like is the server on, is it working, is it responding? It's also about the truth, whether the system is clean, the data is clean. If an attacker subtly poisons your data over, let's say, the last 3 months, 6 months, your operations will continue to happen. You don't even know that the data is poisoned. But your decision making obviously is degrading because the quality of your data is not great anymore. So I want to take this situation into something that we are generally planned for, which is around ransomware. So we generally have playbooks on ransomware. We restore from a backup. We use things like mutable backups, immutable backups, combination, all of those things. But what about a situation where the data has been poisoned? The example that I gave you, which is over the last 6 months, somebody's gotten into your system, data is injected with bad data. You also can't restore because you don't even know when the data started getting poisoned. How far back would you go? What would you do? Can we talk about this in two contexts. One is to attack this problem in specific, but also to look at it as a more general question around, are we treating AI and AI models and AI generated material? I'm specifically saying material because it could be data, it could be metadata also. Do we treat it as critical infrastructure yet? Dr. Ramkumar.
As we all know, ransomware is, I would say ransomware is loud, always. Data poisoning is silent. We don't know when we have a ransomware attack, we know that we will clean and we will restore from the backup and everything. But what happens when data poisoning has happened for a 2% of the amount of the data, we will never able to identify within our, be it a production or even from the backup environment. But it's slowly poisoning the data, and after a few 6 months down the line, we will get anything restored from the backup or anything restored from the validated data, it will give us a wrong output, right? So, in a nutshell, I would call that as a ransomware is heart attack, data poisoning is a high BP which kills silently. Just to dwell on that topic, right? Absolutely right. I was about to say diabetic, but thank you. It is low poison. So think of this stochastic attack that we had long back against SCADA systems. The centrifuges were slowed down by a state-sponsored item for Iran. They never made the nuclear bomb because it was spinning few RPMs lower than what it's supposed to be. No one detected it. That is long ago, one of the largest malware that we had in SCADA systems. Something similar to that. The impact is not immediately known unless you monitor. So observability, you need to know where your reference scores are. You need to know what is the context, what is the drift that is happening. So there's a whole engineering and science that is coming up, which is MLOps. You spend money on it, understand it, make sure that you are knowing it, have canary backups from the data sets, know when to go back and restore it, identify where the drift is occurring. Obviously, yes, the data provenance is also an important item, where you're getting the data from, whose data it is. With DPDPA coming in, that's going to be even more difficult, right? Where is it coming from? That has to have traceability. You need to know, just like you talk about heirloom seeds and all, you need to have the heirloom of data also to figure out whose data was put up where, what went into your embeddings and stuff like that. Unless you know that and have that points and you treat it like a important item, tomorrow if there is an incident of poisoning and if it is there in the system, it is next to impossible for you to go back and pick it up unless you have the training data set and whatever is ingested, there's a proper traceability. People are investing on that. Organizations are invested on that. I've been talking to CISOs who are worried about that. So that's an ongoing problem. But again, I'll have the fellow panelists add and chime in to give more context and value.
Just to add upon, while you talked about the traceability point of view, it's important now that the data is getting paused and it's better to have the penetration testings, the VAPD is getting conducted at regular intervals so that it can identify, though it cannot check the data point, but at least give us the loopholes where all the sources of inputs are there, where all the exposability is there. At least those things can be tackled or handled well to avoid reaching to the critical point. That's one way to be cautious on.
Mr. Balaji, I'll add. Things, especially with generative AI, is language itself has become an attack surface. The semantics of your operations itself. So it doesn't necessarily have to be a data point or a process or workflow or an application flow, business logic. It is something even different from that. AI is creating new attack surfaces in terms of how a data poisoning can happen or how bias can be introduced.
You have concept drifts where it was supposed to be designed to understand something and translate or create something, a use case. But over a period of time, after hallucinations and all that, it does something totally different. It starts prescribing medicines.
Sorry to interrupt. We, my question is slightly different, meaning that we know typically when we deploy a system, we have some measure of confidence in that system. I'm saying, the scenario that I'm saying is, we know the system is 3.5% wrong. It's wrong 3.5% of the time. Not 3.5% wrong. It's wrong 3.5% of the time. How do you test for a scenario like that? Because I'm looking at it from the testing angle.
Okay, that has to be statistics basically, right? It is not a binary answer like you said, right? It's a 3.5%. The answer lies there itself. So typical classic testing, go, no go won't work. You'll have to take and again, most of the machine learning cases work that way. You take a sample and then give a confidence score. You don't give a binary number, it's a range, right? So connected to what Balaji was saying earlier, it has to go back and tie down the business objective. And if it meets, then it's a pass for you. If it doesn't pass, the score is low, you fail the test. Again, the panelists can also add.
Sure. In the technology perspective, at least in the automotive perspective, the percentage doesn't really matter. If wrong is wrong. So if it has impacted, whether it's 1% or 2%, if the product has gone into a defect, the entire chain goes for a stop. So at least in the automotive industry or in the manufacturing industry, definitely that percentage doesn't really matter. It helps us to bring that fix then and there itself, whether it's whatever be the data. Now the data testing part also, the expected output, when it's not meeting the expected output, that itself is a signal that something has gone wrong, irrespective of the percentage.
I think like the discussion came up in the previous panel, I think it's good to be in a regulated industry. Similarly, it's good to be in something like manufacturing because you have physical hard limits on things.
Totally on the floor, physically on the floor.
Yeah, unlike, for example, finance, where...
I'm from a regulated domain. I'm complied by RBI. I also need to comply by data protection law. Certainly, like anyone here from a banking domain will know how the RBI audits are there. They come for a month together and keep doing reviews, everything fine. Let's keep it aside. You told 3.5% there could be, for example, what will happen. That percentage is always a relative term for you. India has built a very wonderful digital infrastructure. For example, the UPI payment or other. Consider there is a 70-80 crore other data are there. 3 billions of transactions are happening rupees. 3.5 is extremely large, extremely large. So we need to understand, based on our business model, what is the allowed percentage. Go back to the business and map it. For UPI, even 0.1 is very high. Yeah. Okay. For my business model, suppose if I do only 1,000 transactions a month, 1,000 disbursement a month, 3.5 is acceptable or not. It's based on the business call. Go back and see. Okay. Don't fix any percentage there. Based on a business, fix it. Yeah.
Yeah. That the whole discussion around probabilistic versus deterministic raises an interesting question for me. Again, taking off from the previous panel where there were questions around how do you get the board to buy into preventive versus recovery, and a similar question here. InfoSec needs investment, costs money. How do you explain probabilistic failure versus documented failure modes to your board?
Well, nowadays it has become slightly easier with the global awareness, even to the CEO level, at the management level. Our jobs are slightly easy. Only thing is where we have been able to explain to them is we are used to that proactive, post-reactive actions. Now we are moving towards preventive. Now the next level technology is the predictive. So that's where we're moving in that direction. When we are talking about the predictive actions, predictive responses that is going to happen, that's giving a slight view to the management also. If we don't do this, we should be able to showcase that to the management, telling that in case we are not going to do this, what is the outcome of this. We should show them in the business language, like in terms of reputation loss or the market loss, production loss. So if you are able to correlate with that, then I think the investments are not going to be a showstopper. And definitely today's management is already aware of what's happening around the world, and they are also under the pressure to be in the peer structures of what's happening around the industry. They also want to know how well are we in the adoption of technologies to secure our infrastructure, to secure our environment. So that way, today's board management is easy, but with the right step of approach.
See, boards are technically savvy nowadays. The days have gone where board only reviews the business parameters. Boards are now comprehensively reviewing end-to-end business result in terms of cybersecurity to what kind of a solutions, tools, everything. The days have gone actually, the olden days and all. Fine, when it comes to getting an approval from a board standpoint, if you can able to translate everything with business, for example, for me, credit is one of the parameter. Okay, if I implement this, this can be my credit ratios can improve. This can be my approval ratio can get improved. This can be my automation level, where right now I'm using 100-member team for this. If I'm deploying this, what will happen? Similarly, why don't you try to bring this kind of a decision? What is their impact from a P&L standpoint? Even trust is also a balance sheet item right now. So every single thing, whatever you're talking, it's a balance sheet item right now. I'm from engineering. For me also, if I want to go and get approval for any of the tech solutions, there's a P&L item need to be attached to it. So that will help in the decision. So board is also loving that what could be my business impact on it, whether top line or bottom line, where that impact is there. Yeah. So I think getting an approval or going and talking to boards is easy nowadays, thanks to the digital era. Yeah.
Dr. Ramkumar?
So, as Mr. Manju and Mr. Balai said, yes, board has now become easy for us to approach. Earlier, when incident happened, they will ask us how we are going to recover, what is the mitigation plan, and what is the investment is required to recover from the incident. Now, it has become more mature by creating awareness to the board and other things. Now, board is started asking, meantime to, what is the meantime to mitigate? What is the meantime to containment, right? What is the level of AI that you are going to introduce in our company for our level of business, right? Because now board has become a more responsible to answer to our customers as well, right? What is the containment level? What is the maturity level you have? Now, every organization have started assessing on the security, maturity, and model level of each and every organization. We are bound to do that. Being our customers are banking, insurance, so we are bound to give the security and the maturity score to each and every one of the customer.
Thank you. I now move on to the final theme for our panel. This is identity, and from an InfoSec perspective, impersonation, which becomes so easy with AI. You can clone our voice, you can clone pictures, but increasingly you are also able to clone videos. You are able to create interactive video clones, meaning that even with in the finance industry, doing the video KYC, they'll ask you to blink when you're looking at the camera. That is possible to be done through AI now. What are your thoughts on this kind of deepfakes coming into this threat paradigm?
Yeah, I'll go in first if it's okay. Yeah, so deepfakes, impersonation, it's not new. Deepfakes might be new, but people have always been trying to impersonate and try to break that, break that access and get into various systems for ages, right? They want to act like somebody else or come in, right? What AI has done is it has democratized it even for them. They can do it much faster, cheaper, quicker. So I think the two-factor authentication is one of the items, which is multi-factor authentication. Taking that line would be good, which is basically to have multiple signals to be processed. You just don't rely on an image or a videograph. Now, when that has happened, then it becomes retina. And then, so it is multiple items. In AI's parlance, it's easy for us to say the context. Who is that individual? Where is that individual? Or where is that entity? That context is really what people are looking towards to handle it, but I think it is going to be there, and it's going to increase as we move forward because of access to technology and AI.
So one of the reasons why I was even asking about this, put it in the panel, was increasingly, for example, if you are in the Google ecosystem or if you are in the Apple ecosystem, at least in the last 1 year.
As India leads the global AI conversation, CFI empowers you to build, run, and govern AI at scale on its proprietary sovereign AI foundation to power a Atmanirbhar Bharat.
I think the time it takes for a system like that to mature in terms of reading multiple signals and not getting a false positive is tricky. But do you see that accelerating? Do you see that more people will have problems, or the number of such incidents will actually go down?
Again, the incidents are likely to go up as more and more access to technology will come in, but technology and solution providers are also catching up. If your Mac and it is already putting that into a box and having LiDAR cameras, track your face, understand and correlate and then block you away, for me it's good. But again, the high friction point, it's a friction point for you, right? Depends on what are you trying to do. If you are, based on who you are, if it's an office machine, you are a productive employee, maybe that's a business disruption. But if you are just watching a movie, probably on a scale of things, right? So a lot of context has to come in. It's a cat and a mouse game at this point of time. I think we'll have to see how it evolves. So, Balaji wanted to say that.
Very right question. Deepfakes are real. 3D deepfakes are extremely real. Certainly the industry has moved to the direction. Since from a banking term I talk, we have been educating the entire user, don't trust any unwanted source, okay? We've been kept on educating the users, customers. Now customers are not even trusting the known people itself. It has come to that level right now. Even if you forward some message or send a link, no, people are not willing to click. It has gone to that level right now. I think that's a very good one, to be honest. We can watch the world and see what is best fitment for us. Since UPI does billions of transactions, that's one of the very good use cases where you can able to all watch that. Our bank account is linked to the mobile number. Only if that mobile number is allowed in the UPI transaction happens, 1 second it's a device authenticated, then 1 second it's a multi-factor authenticated. It looks simple, but look at the entire algorithm, how it got built. Same way, can you able to adapt some kind of a methodology here so that the defects can overcome that. I think that's how we need to think through it.
Adding to the technology is also catching up in that area. See, earlier, like rightly said, if you change the device and log in from a new device, suddenly there will be alert message telling that are you the right person to do it. So technology is also trying to adapt with the pace of issues that are happening, and it's just over a period of time. It's a catch, like I said, it's a chicken and egg problem. As we move faster, more the issues will be coming up. It's an evolving journey. It goes on.
I was just having this thought that perhaps one of the ways in which, especially for high stakes authorization, will we just move back to the analog world? Meaning, do we say, you have to be present, I have to see you?
Nuclear launch code still has this thing because it can end the world, right? So they are air-gapped systems, basically 2 people launching a dual control. For the same reason, right? To end the world. So yeah, maybe.
See, it's the same. We are moving back to the olden days now. Earlier we started with the thumb impression. Again, we are coming back to the thumb impression. So it's just the world is evolving.
No, always the war will be like between trust and the validation. The war is always there. Earlier days we trust and we move forward. Now we have to validate. No other choice.
True.
Zero trust.
Zero trust.
Zero trust. Will how we approach zero trust itself change?
I think the concept and the understanding has not really changed a lot. What has changed is the application of that and where it is and the kind of compute and things that are happening. The context is more important, right? So I strongly don't believe that Zero trust as a concept has not changed as such. Again, panelists can add value on that, but I feel the parameters and signals that we look at to identify your desire on a zero trust has changed. Who you are, where you are from, what is it, who's trying to authenticate. That has become, it's actually made it easier now. We can be with the compute that we have than earlier. It's no better time to move to zero trust than now.
All right. So one of the biggest ways in which we used to do the internal soft method of protecting ourselves, InfoSec-wise, was employee training. I mean, I remember at least 2 hours spent every quarter or so on a mandatory training program. It'll suddenly send you a phishing email. If you click on it, then you failed, and stuff like that. But with deepfakes and stuff like this, what will we train people? How will we train people?
Education is the awareness is the only way, or else nothing much on that.
No,
So
I
the
agree.
more-
I'm
you
asking
do,
how are there certain characteristics based on which we'll tell people look out for this? Because the old thing, see earlier, for example, these scam messages were very easily identifiable if you knew what to look out for. They'll have typos. The URL will have a typo. The message itself will be formatted pretty badly. Something will be wrong in the logo. Now, all of that can be perfect. So what is the nature of the training we'll give?
Only one, awareness only. No other choice. Because even now AI is more smarter. There is no grammatical errors. Even the logo remains as equal as the company logo, right? There is no. It's all based on the validation, awareness, that's it.
If I ask a AI agent to create a phishing site, if I do it manually, the AI agent phishing site will be much more realistic than the original site. So nobody can identify. What training will help them? Certainly, no. So here my point is, are you building the system taking into consideration? Your architecturing need to be well defined, thought through. Are you architecturing it for this defense system? That's what it is all about. Penetration testing separately, zero tolerance separately, zero architecture separately. No, it should be part of your application onboarding activity itself. That's how you need to build the architecture. So that is my only thing. How much of training you do, can the system architecture it internally? Because we need to go back and do the architecturing in such a way, can we able to protect it, certainly.
Yeah, I agree with him. That's kind of child-proofing things. You know, human is the weakest link. Take out the human is what indirectly is coming into from being able to do any damage. Press buttons, don't launch the nuclear code. So from a training perspective, till that starts happening and we make it strengthened, I think what Balaji was saying earlier on the KYCs, on the finance sector, continuous awareness still works because trust but verify. So you should know that this can be fake. So the moment we implant that doubt in the mind of the employee, that should suffice. They will double check, validate, and that itself will cut down 60 to 70% of deepfakes that's happening now because you are trying to check with another signal. Hey, I got an email from this guy. Did you also get it? It happens now. It used to never happen. If HR sends an email, I know it's my salary increment. I'll open it. But now people are asking, did you get it? If it's not, maybe it is not. So that is awareness that can possibly be given till we go to the stage where you make the human the actual monkey and then click red button, green button. You click one, nothing happens. You click one, you just damage a small area. It's contained.
See, here we need to think through now. Our entire application is consumer focused right now. So even though we run a large enterprise, running an application internally is very small nowadays. So there are a lot of consumer-faced applications there. What kind of training you can do with the consumer, end consumer, which has got millions and millions of downloads? Nothing can be done there. So your architecture need to be a thought-through process there.
True. So we are in the final couple of minutes for our session. If there was one idea that you would take away in terms of business impact, or one idea that you would like to leave us, idea that you would take away in terms of business impact, or one idea that you would like to leave us with in terms of business impact, if each of our panelists could just give us a sentence. Mr. Manjunath?
Well, I would say AI is real, don't run away from it. But best thing is start adopting it and exploring it. Start small and expand. That's my sincere advice.
Mr. Balaji?
I would say AI is mature nowadays. People are fighting on this front right now. If you are not adapting it right now, you are not in the game. Your business is not in the game right now. Between AI itself, there's a lot of fights are happening. So start implementing. However small it is, start doing it. Don't only just don't do ChatGPT or Gemini, keep asking questions. See from a business perspective, what is the leverage it can able to do? For me, in my board, one of the largest, the founder itself is there. Then imagine for us what kind of inputs keeps coming us. So please think through from that standpoint, yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Balaji. AI is real. So it is not when or if, it's not if we will get attacked, it's when. So prepare for that. Segmentize, control, think, plan for the worst case scenario. So that's what exactly I would want to do. Plan and make sure if tomorrow something happens, how do I take care of my business? Where can I limit the damage? So that is how it should be for me, one line.
Earlier we use RPA, now AI. Next we don't know what, maybe AGI. Next to that we don't know. But we have to adopt for it.
Thank you. So I just wanted to wrap up before we open to the floor for questions. Earlier, the goal for InfoSec was invincibility, which was like building a wall no one could cross. But in the age of AI, the true test of resilience is durability. The ability to absorb a hit, roll with the punches, and then still keep going. So our design philosophy, and I think Mr. Balaji captured it very well in his last answer, is we have to try as much as we can to be failure proof, but more important than that in terms of architecture is continuity under pressure. So please join me in thanking all our panelists for their wonderful participation, great ideas. Thank you so much. We'll now open for questions.
Hello.
Thank you.
So my question is, how do you suggest that we balance accuracy and bias in generative AI models?
Yeah, it's a very, very specific question to the scenario that you're working on, right? So the context is most important, which solution you're working on. It depends on that, right? So for instance, if certain items, the accuracy is more important, for certain scenarios it might not be. If you have a YOLO model and you're trying to detect if somebody is thinking, you need to have faster response, and sometimes precision versus this thing will change. So you cannot generalize it. It has to be based on a specific scenario.
Sir, I would like to request a follow-up.
Sure.
So, like in Gemini AI, when it was launched, so there was a problem regarding the image generation, that it was including things which was not inside the prompt. Like if it asked for people teaching the black and all, it was giving white, races mixed.
Yeah, so very important point, right? While it might not address the data set that it is trained. I was talking about data provenance earlier, right? From where you're taking data, how are you sourcing it? So we will see that going away as more and more data and samples are available. So when we pick data, we need to be careful as to where we are sourcing it from what it has been built. If the data has been trained, in this example, from whites, I hope it's not a racial statement, but the probability of that giving an accurate result for somebody of color is going to be less. The accuracy will drop. So these are basic classical machine learning steps where you can detect this and address it. So there are processes available where you can overcome this. It's a part and parcel of the ML journey. So, but yeah, we can definitely have a conversation post this.
Thank you.
As the panelist been telling, the AI become more smarter than human. The AI is being designed by human, right? And I'm talking about the human resource, basically. As AI is designed by human, and those humans have been recruited based on the skill set. Is the skills sufficient or their inborn talents necessary so that they can finalize the framework for the AI so that AI will not oversmart human? Thank you.
Well, the skill set has to be reskilled today. Whatever the skill set that was applicable earlier, whatever they have used the skill to design that AI model has to be reskilled now because the AI has become smarter now. Now the reskilling has to be done that what is the next level we can do, what we can think of is where we need to do upskill our things.
Correct. Skilling is keep on upgrading for the trend or the advancements, whatever may be. But the talent will be the smartest way to have once for all the solution for it. Skill can be trained. Talent is inborn.
Yeah, you're right. I think almost all successful organizations invest on talent, not on skills.
Correct.
Skill is a commodity. You can upgrade, you can always learn something. And as long as you have the aptitude and the, you have the metal in you to go and learn, right? So I'm sure everyone will focus on the resources. When I say resources, the individuals and not the skills. But skills is what you take away, right? If you need something, you need someone with ML skill set, you probably will go and look for that skill set immediately. So I would say it's a short term versus long term. So rightly said by Manjunath sir, we need to reinvest, reskill, retool ourselves to be relevant. I'm sure somebody will still invest in us in terms of time and effort, but to only a certain extent, because if you need somebody with a skill set, you don't have the skill set, not everyone will be willing to train it because it is required now versus later.
Basically in a computer.
Sir, sorry, you can continue after we finish. We are past time. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Thank you to our entire panel for that very insightful discussion. Yes, let's give them a big round of applause. The Velo Institute of Technology presents the Hindu Tech Summit 2026, powered by SIFI Technologies, Our state partner is the government of Karnataka. Our television partner is Pudhiya Talamurai. Our digital news partner, TheFederal. Our knowledge partner, CIO Association. Our industry partner, Madras Season 2. And our gifting partner, Nexus. Thank you so much. We now move on to our next session, which is a chat on the subject of data privacy and security in biometric travel platforms. I'd like to welcome on stage Mr. Suresh Kadakpavi, CEO of DigiYatra Foundation. He is a technology and aviation leader driving India's flagship digital air travel initiative. With over 2 decades of experience across telecom, IT, and aviation, he is advancing self-sovereign identity and facial biometric solutions to create seamless, secure passenger journeys across Indian airports. Welcome, sir. Joining him on stage, He will be in conversation with Mr. L.V. Navneet, CEO, The Hindu Group.
Good afternoon, everybody. Mr. Suresh, thanks for being here. Warm welcome to you. We'll dig right into the conversation.
Sorry. So at the outset, let me thank Vellore Institute of Technology and the Hindu for inviting me for this fireside chat, I would say. Yeah, please.
No, before I ask you questions, I was curious about your LinkedIn post, which I read during lunch. You said you're speaking here at this forum today, but you headlined it as "Life Comes a Full Circle."
Yeah, yeah.
What does that mean?
So I'll tell you, so during those initial days, right, when we started DigiYatra service, a lot of people used to sort of, express their concerns, right? And now what I'm seeing is that everybody is trying to, or rather everybody has understood the way we have rolled out the technology, and that appreciation is coming back to us. So almost everyone, right, the online you can look at it, the social media you can look at it, the press you can look at it. Each and every person is appreciating it, and this is what we actually dreamt of, right? And the dream was to give a walk in the park experience to all air travelers. And in Hindi, right, there was this, I had seen one video where there was this guy who was walking right from the airport entry gate to the boarding gate, and there was his friend who was shooting the video, and he had posted it on YouTube. What he was saying is, he was wearing slippers, right, slippers and having a towel around. He said, "Chappal aur gamche mein Maharaja ki savari DigiYatra ke saath," meaning that, for the common air traveler, a business class experience. And this is exactly what we had dreamed when we started.
Congrats. And
thank you.
So we'll start with the purpose and value proposition. So DigiYatra promises a contactless, seamless boarding experience using facial biometrics. Now, how do you balance the convenience gains, which are obvious and enormous, with privacy expectations when collecting and processing sensitive biometric data or identifiers?
Yeah, so interesting question, and this is exactly the concern that everyone has, right? And the biggest difficulty that we had was not with the technology that we rolled out. It was more about convincing people that we do not hold on to your data, right? And I was in a tech summit and actually explained the whole, I had a half an hour or I think 40-minute slot where I explained the whole concept of self-sovereign identity, how we do not store any personally identifiable information in any central repository, and how it is not surveillance. So what is surveillance is also a point, right? I think we need to have clarity there. What is surveillance? So for example, you are walking on the road, there is a camera which is capturing your face, and it has captured your face and it has a database which it is trying to match. So it captured your face and tries to match you to some database, meaning that it has not even asked you, right? You are just walking, it has taken your photo, without your consent, it has taken your photo and then matching it with the database. So that is surveillance. Whereas it's not surveillance because you have voluntarily installed the app, enrolled into it, and when you go to the airport, you know this is the DigiYatra lane and here is where I have to go. So it's on your own volition, and the thing that you are getting as a benefit is a seamless travel, right? Which is, I would say, in similarity, if you were to say, you would scan your boarding pass and the gate opens, for example, right? It's the same thing. Yeah.
Okay, well, in that context, can you please explain how data minimization, decentralization, and privacy by design are implemented technically?
So when we had actually originally started, right, and this is a long journey, right? 2015 is when we actually rolled out the concept. And at that time, we were thinking that, okay, face is used as a token, but how do you get the face, right? So we had said that, okay, there will be a form of identification number on your ticket, and you'll have to enter that. We will create a central repository where all your personally identifiable information, meaning your name, your face, everything will be stored. When you put the form of identification number there, we will query the central database, fetch the data, right? But that was in the beginning, right? From 2015 to 2017, 18, even 19, I would say. And that's when we actually changed track. The test of our resilience happened during the pandemic, when we were supposed to sort of, slow this whole thing down because air travel had come to a standstill and stuff. That's when I was part of the IATA advisory group for OneID, which is global seamless air travel, right? Which is, I would say, a recommendation which is coming out from IATA. So that was something which was going on at that time, and we were discussing about technologies which could be used in a privacy-preserving manner. And self-sovereign identity. So self-sovereign identity means that you, as a person, are in control of your identity data, right? Self-sovereign identity. So that was being discussed, and that's how I proposed that, okay, why not, instead of the central platform that we were thinking, why not start a decentralized ecosystem? So that's how this whole thing has come through. The way it is done is you enroll through a completely watertight sort of a compartment, right? Which is, there is an API which goes to the Aadhaar. You fetch, so first is you enter your Aadhaar number. It goes to the Aadhaar database and it sends you an OTP. So that's the two-factor authentication. And I think the previous panel discussion was also talking about this, right? Yeah. So that was something which was, which is done. Only once you enter the correct OTP, you get the eKYC data. So you get the eKYC data, and what does that data contain? It contains your name, your date of birth, your gender, your photo, and your last 4 digits of Aadhaar. These are the 5 parameters which are there, right? And I'm sure that you would have given more than these 5 parameters at a time when you checked into a hotel, for example, where you give complete Aadhaar card copy itself, right? So these are the 5 parameters which you get. And then what we do is we want to ensure that nobody is trying to play with it, right? And the previous panel discussion was actually speaking overwhelming, right, for me. They mentioned about, what is it, liveness detection, or rather, how can somebody fake it also? Deepfake, right? So the deepfake thing is something which we also manage, which is that once the eKYC data comes in, there is a selfie which gets captured. So what are the things that are being done there? We do a liveness check, right? And once we do the liveness check, we know that, okay, it's not a iPad which is being shown here and then photo being captured, but it's a real person. That is one. Second is, once the face is captured, we take that face, match it with the eKYC face. And only when the thing matches, we discard the Aadhaar face for obvious privacy reasons, and we keep the selfie face. And then that is the verifiable credential that gets created. So it's as safe as that. And I'll just maybe indulge you in this topic itself. So there was this gentleman who has a startup which finds out deepfakes, right? Deepfake videos and stuff. So he came to me one day, and interesting proposition, right? And he said that, anybody could actually deepfake and enroll into DigiYatra. So I at the outset, yes, certainly possible, right? But I told him one thing. You may enroll into DigiYatra using a deepfake, but when you come to the airport, you will have to come with that deepfake face, right? And it was an interesting conversation that I had with him. He and one of his colleagues, who was not with me in person, he was in another city in Bangalore when we were meeting in Delhi. So that person actually joined in a meeting, and that person had deepfaked my face. So he picked my face from the internet, and he joined the meeting online with my face. And I was like, actually for a few seconds, I was wondering what is going wrong. I did not express anything because I didn't want to look like a fool. So we got into at least 5-10 minutes of conversation, and then I realized, okay, then he himself told, the other guy told me that, okay, he has joined with your face, now we'll change it back. Yeah. So we have all those safeguards, so you don't have to worry much about, how we manage the whole data flow. And also, apart from that, we also do, when you share your credential, right? So where does the credential lie? Credential lies in your own phone. And I was having this talk, and people were talking about, what if somebody attacks and fetches all the personally identifiable information. So the point that I made was, if somebody has to hack into DigiYatra's 21 million database, then they have to hack 21 million phones, because that's where the data resides.
Now, before I ask you more technical questions and more questions about security, privacy, cybersecurity, could you paint a picture of what is the current usage of DigiYatra at various airports? And we had this conversation during lunch. I found the numbers very revealing. I'm sure everybody is curious to know those numbers.
Yeah. So our user base today has crossed 21 million, which is the Android and the iOS put together. From a use perspective, we are close to 85 million users, which is over a period of 3 years. And on an average, if you were to look at it, 30 to 35%, I would say, of the departing passengers use DigiYatra, and it varies at different airports, right? That's an average number. But if you look at some airports and at some terminals, the usage has crossed above 60% on a day-to-day basis, which is like really heartwarming. And we have a goal in our mind that you will do away with all these paper boarding passes, ID cards, and everything, and this will become the way to travel. And we expect that by 2028, around 80% adoption would be possible.
That's superb. In terms of architecture, now face data and credential information flows across mobile apps, cloud infra, and airport verifier systems. So what architectural controls such as encryption standards, key management, authentication mechanisms protect this data end to end?
So first time when you register, you must have entered the mobile number and you get registered, and then you move to the Aadhaar step. So that step actually generates a session token, and that session token is up to me. I keep the session token live for 90 days. So that's one safeguard. If the session token is not available, then no conversation can happen. And sometimes you may have seen that, if you are not a frequent flyer and you have not used DigiYatra app for, say, 90 days, it logs you out. You have to again re-log in, right? So that's one safeguard. Data in transit is always encrypted, TLS 1.3, whatever. Data which is at rest is AES 256 encrypted. So we have all kinds of encryption that is there, that is required. Apart from that, we also have a public-private key pairing, which is used to encrypt and decrypt the message. So when you send the credential to the airport, they use their private key to open. You send it on their public key, because that's the published address. Send the credential on the public key, but they have to use the private key. So I think it's a watertight ecosystem. And while today we are like the global leaders, right, in this whole self-sovereign identity implementation at this volume, at this scale, no one has done it, and we are now becoming sort of the torchbearers of self-sovereign identity. But it's not something which is not being used elsewhere, right? So Europe has its own EUDI framework, the EIDAS framework, where they'll also have a universal wallet for EU. Yes, I think it's interesting as we go further in the discussion, maybe we'll maybe speak about what our future journey looks like.
I'll wind back a bit now, right? I mean, you run the DigiYatra Foundation, but your journey has been far more entrepreneurial, a technocrat in one way, somebody with a technology background, a problem solver. I think the fact that you run DigiYatra's foundation is well known. Not many people know about your own background and your journey to becoming the CEO of DigiYatra Foundation. I think that's inspiring. So if you could just take us through your journey, that would be interesting.
So actually speaking, this is, I don't know, it's my mindset, right? And everything that I experience, and I like to experience these different things, right? Like today morning, I used a prepaid taxi, and I didn't know that it is different here, right? It's the black and white. Yeah, so I like to experience new things, and my experiences actually define what I want to, crack or solve. And my experience of standing in queue, I think, is an experience which everybody shares here, right? In India, I think resources are limited and more number of people to ask for that resource. So standing in a queue is like always, right? I mean, for everything. Right from my childhood days, I have been standing in one or the other queue. In airport also, when I joined, that was in 2007, it's the same, right? I mean, everywhere you'll find queue, queue, queue. So why? And how do you solve it, right? I think that was the mindset. And when we were sort of, planning for a new terminal, I had conceptualized this thing, a concept where I said your face is your boarding pass, and you just walk through all the touch points, no need to show any documents and stuff like that. So I think that's where it started, and I believe that, we can actually create a frictionless sort of a process for everything. And we have a concept going on, which is something which I'm trying to let my team work on, which is seamless everything. Meaning, why should anything be very difficult for you to do? And I think in the previous panel, I don't remember which one, there was this discussion of, so if you want to register as a startup, for example, how many steps do you have to take? How many certificates you have to get? How many applications you have to file? I mean, why does it have to be so? I mean, it has to be single window, one form, whatever proposed name, whatever I want from a certification perspective, and that's it, submit, and everything should happen, right? So that is something which I feel I would like to achieve, right? I mean, we can focus more on the better things in life rather than, just standing in queues and filling up forms and stuff like that. Sorry, I don't know whether I answered your question.
I vanish with signals. I vanish. Oh, but it took string. I vanish like in bikini pics at 3 a.m. Leave his body. Let the green flag enter. Bring me a man who loves me.
I am a better man now.
Prove it.
I'm bewitched. And I'm all yours.
All green flags gift Jiva.
As Avanim, which actually sort of, brought this whole ecosystem to ground. They made it open source. And then Linux Foundation took it up, and then now it's like, publicly used anywhere and everywhere, right? So I think from that perspective, we started and we said that, okay, we use this, but then there is no example for us, meaning that nobody has had the experience of building this kind of an ecosystem. So we thought, okay, why don't we allow Indian startups to build this? And that's where we ran the startup challenge with the help of Niti Aayog, Atal Innovation Mission. And we said, okay, let's give Indian startups a boost. And then we shortlisted 6 of them. The concept obviously was clear, right? But we needed the tech folks to build it. Self-sovereign identity, verifiable credentials, W3C standards, everything was like on there in the presentation, right? And then, of course, we had 2 startups who we asked. And then one of them went ahead and built it under our guidance and a lot of consultations and back and forth, right? And that's history now, and then we are now independently managing everything. And the show is going on, and I'm thankful so many DigiYatris who appreciate our service. And, I would say we don't have deep pockets, by the way, so we don't spend any money on marketing and communications. Our marketing communications or ambassadors are all of you who are DigiYatris.
Oh, fantastic. So if I had to look at in simplistic terms, so you're solving a problem when a ticket needs to be bought to avail of a service, and you need to validate if the ticket holder is producing the ticket to avail of that service. And what it solves for is saving time, saving queues. So what other industries can use this technology where ticket identification and saving time come into play?
So you will see very soon something coming up in the news. and very soon, meaning that in the next few days you will see the news. I don't want to be the guy who breaks it out.
You don't want to tell us first?
So yes, I think what I felt was when we started this whole journey, it was to enable air travel. And we said that, okay, adjacencies can be leveraged upon, right? Meaning that your air travel does not just finish at the airport. You may go land at a particular airport and then check into a hotel. So when you're checking into a hotel, what do? You give the booking details and then they say, okay, I need your identity card. So you give your identity card. And what do? Either they take a photo of that with their phone or they go back and then take a copy of that, which is your unencrypted, personally identifiable information with your address, father's name, whatever is there, right? Everything goes. And now, while the organization or the hotel may not be wanting to misuse, but it has fallen into open, I mean, so many people, right? It could fall into the wrong hands, it could be sold, etc., etc. So we feel that, this identity preserving sort of a credential that we have created can actually be leveraged. So you can actually enter a hotel, scan so maybe if you see the new DigiYatra app and you click on the credential, you will see a QR code also there. And it says this QR code has immense potential or something like that. So if you click on that, that is something that can be used for validating your identity. Validation happens and that's it. They get a green check. So this is one, but I would say that, there are so many such possibilities.
Yeah, for instance, concerts, stadiums.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yeah.
So those are use cases. Moving on to threats and safeguards, with the expansion of DigiYatra across many airports, what are the biggest cybersecurity threats you monitor and how do you safeguard against unauthorized access or spoofing attacks on biometric endpoints?
So one is that this is a close-knit sort of an ecosystem. We are not available on the World Wide Web, right? I mean, if, for example, if you share your credential to an airport, the airport ecosystem is a local ecosystem, right? It only receives data, right? It only sends back acknowledgement, right? So from that perspective, I think the system has been designed in such a way, and it's decentralized, and that's the biggest advantage that we have. And I'll give you, like for example, somebody attacks our ecosystem, God forbid, and brings down our service. So what will go down? What will go down is that no new enrollments can happen, right? No new enrollments can happen, but that's one part of the service. But the credential sharing happens directly from you to the airport verifier. So that will continue. Somebody, say, for example, attacks an airport verifier. Maybe that particular airport service goes down. But there are 23 other airports which are there, which will be working. And I think from that perspective, this is something which is going to be very difficult. No single central database, so not all the data is available in one place. 21 million hacks have to be done to get the data. So I think the ecosystem that we have built, right, is itself privacy preserving. And that, I think, helps us a lot. And then, of course, wherever there is requirement, we have got all the necessary encryption, the two-factor authentication, so that, it cannot be system-driven. Like, nobody can do a DOS attack on us, because where is the two-factor authentication, right? So that way, I think we are protected just by the sheer choice of the ecosystem.
Before we go to audience questions, one last question. For people who use the DigiYatra app often, there's some stuff on the app homepage which says coming soon to be launched services. What are the plans? When
we actually took that out because we took it out. Now there are only 3 icons. Yeah, okay. But yeah, I mean, it was something which I was very passionate about. I wanted
hotels and cabs.
Yeah. So for example, as I told you, right, meaningful intervention into your journey is what we want to do, right? Without the personally identifiable information being shared. I could give you access to, say, a hotel where your identity gets validated in a privacy-preserving manner. You could trust somebody like a cab operator, for example. So all those aspects are possible. We wanted to bring that, but right now it's in the back burner. Okay. What we are focusing right now is only air travel. And the next big thing that we are planning to do is international travel. So imagine international travel obviously could also be enabled by DigiYatra. we have already done the testing for the e-passport based enrollment, meaning that your passport credentials can also be created into DigiYatra. And then when that happens, it opens up a different ballgame altogether, because you can share that credential to the departing airport. So if you are, say, flying from Chennai to, say, London, so you could share it to Chennai, enjoy the seamless process, board the flight. But when you shared it to Chennai, you could also share it to London, the destination airport. When you reach London, you don't have to stand in 2-hour long queue for immigration. You can just
that can
zip
be
through.
seamless.
So that is something which we are working with IATA. There is a POC which is planned for March, but I think we might not be able to do it in March, maybe April or something
Fantastic.
like
Best wishes for those
Thank you.
ventures. We have time for a couple of audience questions.
When you talk of data security, when there is some breach, what sort of compensation is available to the customer, whether at a national, that is within India or outside India? Say, let us say,
Sir, I think you'll have to repeat the question. We couldn't hear you clearly.
I couldn't hear that.
When a data breach happens and the customer's private data is out to some third parties, what sort of a compensation is available within India and outside India? For example, you mentioned about London. If a data breach happens within India, because the government of India as well as Europe have put in some penalty to the companies to be paid to them. But what about to the customers? What is the compensation they would get, whether in India or in London?
I think this is a fantastic question. But the point of breach happening at a particular location, for example, you shared credentials to an airport verifier. The data breach happened over there. Did the data actually get breached? Is what we are looking at. And that's the next stage of journey. I'm thankful that you asked me this question, because this part I didn't cover, which is that, your need is what? You are entitled to travel by air, right? That is the validation. That does not need you to tell that, I am Navneet or I am Suresh or I am so-and-so. It just needs to say that there is an identity which is validated and there is a ticket or a travel document which is also valid. These are the two validations. So why do you need to share anything? Why not just validation as a green check? So this is something which is zero knowledge proof based validation which will happen. But to answer to your question itself, right, which is if a breach happens, there are already acts and policies and stuff, right? Those will come into play. In case a breach happens, we would not expect that to happen with us.
Can somebody get the mic
Hello?
here? Yes. Yes, sir, please go ahead.
Sir, just I have installed the DigiYatra app.
Sir, 1 second, there's somebody there. We'll come to you after that.
Yes, I installed DigiYatra app. I have been traveling. So, suppose co-passenger is there, my dependent. So, DigiYatra only one ticket will be uploaded, na? So, what about the co-passenger?
So if the co-passenger is a minor, you can actually onboard them. So if you look at the credential, there is at the bottom add minor credentials. So if you have a child, you can add the children also.
So adult is there, suppose, major?
Adult, you'll have to help the adult on their own phone.
So on their own phone only.
On their
We
own
can
phone.
add the co-passenger ticket also in this.
No, if it's an adult, you cannot add. But if it's a minor, you can add.
So why can't you bring that one? That also.
So from this simple perspective that, if you are enrolling an adult, so I could enroll Navneet also, right? So that should not be allowed because he is an adult. So if you need to assist that person to enroll, then maybe you enroll that person, help the person to get enrolled on their mobile phone, and then let them share. And then when they come to the airport, nothing. No, you need to just put the phone in your pocket and walk through. So it works that way also. So because the dependent needs assistance, right? That's the reason why we are allowing. And only adults above 18 can enroll first. Only they can then enroll the dependents, minor dependents.
Okay, thank you.
So one final question from you.
So it is really innovation project and a fantastic thing which is helping us on regular travels. So one query I have. So the validation happens only on the Aadhaar card, right? Currently.
Again, good question. Sorry, I missed that also.
Yeah.
So
let me complete that. I don't know whether you are telling the same thing. See, we from South, we have, my name is V. Sendil Kumar. So whereas in the ticket, I used to mention it fully, Venkadeshan Sendil Kumar. So here it is not getting matched.
I have faced this problem, and it is like burning topic in our, it's there in the topmost priority, right? Unfortunately, what has happened is Aadhaar accepts initials also, and then the airline does not accept initials. It needs full name. So then there is an issue. And because it is safety and security, we have to err on the side of caution, and therefore you can't upload the credential. But we are allowing now, coming very soon. It's already live, but we have not enabled the switch. Driving license is possible. And the third one is e-passport based enrollment, where your full name will be there. And hopefully we will also pick maybe the PAN card from DigiLocker and any other digital identity card for the name only.
Yeah. Thanks.
Mr. Sendil Kumar, your question was being answered by Mr. Suresh Khadakbavi. So he also has a name like you have.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. It was wonderful.
It has been my pleasure, and thank you very much.
Disaster recovery. I think it's safe to say that technology is no longer a support function. It is the backbone of resilience, where AI, cloud, and intelligent automation determine whether organizations recover in minutes or days. This panel explores how emerging technologies anchor operational stability at digital speed, balancing innovation with governance to reduce downtime while managing new risks. Let's welcome our speakers on stage, starting with Mr. Rupesh Kumar, Head Data Center Projects, SIFI Infinite Spaces Limited, leading engineering projects and operations. He specializes in building large-scale AI-ready data center infrastructure, driving intelligent, automated, and sustainable digital ecosystems designed for resilience in the future of high-performance computing. Can we welcome him on stage with a round of applause? We also have with us Mr. Sendil Kumar Venkatesan, Chief Technology Officer, Shriram Capital Private Limited, with over 27 years of experience leading enterprise technology, infrastructure, and security strategy. He oversees IT governance, hybrid cloud platforms, and 24/7 network and security operations, aligning technology closely with business objectives while driving resilient, future-ready digital ecosystems. Welcome, sir. Next on stage, I'd like to welcome Mr. Amrish Kumar Jain, Chief Information Officer at Tally Solution. He has over 2 decades of experience driving technology-led business transformation across software, retail, and payment ecosystems. He leads enterprise innovation and large-scale IT modernization, translating technology vision into measurable business value while building secure, scalable, and future-ready platforms. We also have with us Mr. Santosh TG, Chief Digital Officer, Switch Mobility, bringing over 28 years of experience driving digital transformation across the automotive and engineering sectors. With deep expertise in IT strategy, cybersecurity, and emerging technologies, he leverages AI and data-driven decision-making to deliver operational excellence. Rounding out our panel is Mr. Suraj Ramesh, Senior Principal Product Manager, Oracle India Private Limited. He is the founding product leader behind OCI Full Stack Disaster Recovery, part of Oracle's database high availability and maximum availability architecture team. He brings expertise in cloud architecture, database technologies, and product leadership. A big welcome to all of our panelists. This session will be moderated by Mr. Suresh Vijayaraghavan, Chief Technology Officer, The Hindu. Can we give them a round of applause? Mr. Suresh, over to you. Quite the panel we have.
Okay, good afternoon. So when we discuss business continuity and disaster recovery, the conversation traditionally focused on alternate sites, backups, manual workloads. But today, however, technology is no longer just a support mechanism for recovery. It has become the primary driver for resilience. Business processes now run on digital platforms. Customer engagement depends on applications. Supply chain runs on interconnected systems. Trust depends on data availability. So in this environment, recovery speed is determined not by documentation alone, but how technology architecture is designed. Technology has therefore moved from being a recovery tool to being the anchor of operational stability today. This panel explores how modern technological capabilities like AI-driven monitoring, automation, cloud infrastructure, and intelligent orchestration are transforming the way organizations prevent, absorb, and recover from disruptions. However, these advancements also introduce new complexities. Right? We have cloud concentration risks, we have AI decision opacity, automation errors, integration dependencies, and vendor lock-in. And all can create systemic vulnerabilities also to us. So the question is no longer do we have backups from a technology standpoint, how have we designed our technological architecture to enable continuity at a digital speed? So that speed is what we are talking about today. And you see we have a wonderful set of panelists today. So I would, and if you look at the panelist background, no, I can see the two people from service provisioning and two people from end user consumption side and one person actually providing software solutions. So it's a very nice combination that we have. So first question to me is, question to you all is, how has technology evolved from a support tool to a backbone of business continuity? I would want Rupesh, Sendil and Santosh take this up. Rupesh first.
Thanks, Suresh, and thanks, Hindu, for this wonderful event. So I think we all came through this phase, rather. That's a fact, right? So we are not talking about any more DRs or backups and all. So I still remember the late 2000s. We used to handle hundreds of tapes, which we used to kind of rotate from one DC to other DC, which we need to kind of securely store and all those things. But over a period, if you look at the way business happens, it's also kind of changed, right? It all happens on digital platforms now. Like if you look at your day-to-day transactions, your ticket booking and anything, most of the business is happening on a digital platform. So that is no longer depends on a failure to manually recover, okay? It's all happens on a always on or always available platform. So that is how the technology itself is built. Look at data centers. So in early 2000s, when we derived a data center architecture platform in terms of tier topologies or related topology, where the data center infra itself was built, the core of the data center itself was built keeping this in mind, that it has to be continuously operated. So any failure or any breakdown or even a maintenance has to be accounted, ensuring that the function has to continue. So that is how the different levels of redundancy was built into the core of data center architecture itself. So we call as a tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 data centers. That clearly defined the way the infra has to be designed from day one itself. So it is no more a kind of an afterthought now. We are not talking about a recovery from a failure. We are talking about a resilience built from day one itself, or from the design itself. It's been built so that we continue to do the business whatever happens. So that is how the technology has evolved, from worrying about a manual, activation of a DR center, and from to a seamless business continuity, which is happening now in this digital era.
So, as a service provider, he has told that how he is setting up the data center in high available mode. But when we use that, how actually we understand that it has moved from a support function to backbone of business operation, Senthil?
Good afternoon and Iniya Malai Vanakkam. Thanks, Hindu, for giving this wonderful opportunity to share my thoughts, especially on business continuity plan. See, we from Chennai, we know that how important business continuity is there. We know that year 2015 and 2016, we had floods and severe cyclone, and the city took time to recover, right? In the time where the connectivity, business operation played a major role, and then only we thought that, oh, such a scenario is there, and how good our resilience has to be there. Many of the organizations, I come from a BFSI sector, I'm from Shriram Capital, where we are one of the leading NBFC in the country. So we understood that we need a BCP, and we do have a DR. But how soon it has to be operated, and how good it has to be accessed in Pan-India. We have around 3,500 plus branches Pan-India. Chennai getting affected should not affect the other branches, right? So then only we understood that we have to be still ahead on what things are there. Then came COVID 2020-21, where we faced a severe situation where there was a lockdown and persons were sitting in home and they want to access the application. Again, we being a BFSI and especially on the insurance, we need to give the policies. We have to ensure that the business is happening accordingly. So these things were really helping us to strengthen our BCP portfolio on day in, day out basis. Initially, there were only like a disasters which were happening. Now, the ransomware which happens. And second is that on the known and unknown threats from the persons who are there in the organizations, partners, we don't know that how the threats will come. So at any cost, we as an organization have to ensure that some threats are coming, how we have to bounce back. What are the resilience plan? As earlier, it was an option where we can have a downtime for several hours, or even for 1 or 2 days also we can wait. But it is not the scenario. Now, if a 2 minutes downtime, I being from the IT, I have to tell my business what is the reason. Forget about the business. I have to give the regulatory what made a downtime, right? So these type of scenarios, there should not be a situation where business should not call and tell Senthil there is a business loss because of a downtime in the system. So the system, especially on the digital things moving, it is very, very serious, and we as an organization has to take care of high priority.
No, I think Santosh's case is as critical as yours, but his use case is completely different. So I want to hear from you.
You're right, Suresh. Thank you very much for this question, and thank you, Indu, for having this topic as such, Because disaster recovery, business continuity is a topic which we normally speak when there is a failure which happens. But actually we are now talking even before something is happening. So my name is Santosh, I represent Switch Mobility, which is manufacturer of electric vehicles. For us, business continuity, if any system fails, the vehicle stops. And if the vehicle stops, the city experiences it. So that's a kind of that's a kind of shift which I would say that technology has also got evolved into that. Probably let's take a typical example. For example, we all drive cars. There is a stepney which is kept inside our car, and we use that for normally when there is a flat tire. But in today's world, whether it will support, no. Our business, the technology is embedded into the entire business, like it has to work as a multi-engine aircraft. Even when there is an engine failure, the aircraft should still fly. So that's the kind of technology which we have building it across. It is completely internally to the vehicles, internally to the system. And as the previous speaker spoke, in olden days, at least 2 decades before, we have been speaking about tapes. I still remember the floppy disk. So I think we are all the generation of floppy disk, 1.44 floppy disk generation. But today, are we talking about disaster recovery? The answer is actually no. The reason behind, for everything, there should be a resilience. At 2 a.m. in the night, we should be sleeping comfortably that even if one system fails, the other system should actually run. So that's the kind of technology shift which we see in this world. And every single product which we are building in goes on into this kind of a technology shift. And disaster recovery is something which is absolutely not there today. And for every single system, there should be a backup, and which should get into the pilot mode automatically.
So you nicely brought up the topic of redundancy and high availability systems. Amrish, how cloud infrastructure has actually enabled these capabilities for us now?
Well, I think the cloud has transformed the entire DR recovery and all these processes from a very slow, manual, physical processes to an automated and on-demand capability. I think with its geo-redundancy infrastructure as a cloud, things can be recovered within minutes. Earlier we used to talk about days or hours, but now I think things have moved way, way beyond that. So that's why cloud has really transformed or eased the life of the IT people as well as the business people.
Suraj, the same question to you, because I know you come from exactly this type of a background.
Yeah, thank you, Suresh, for inviting me for this talk, and also glad to be part of this esteemed panel. So I work at Oracle. So in my current role, I breathe disaster recovery and bad business continuity day and out, speaking with customers. So this is a topic very close to my heart, and cloud is something extremely helping our customers or as an end user, right, to use disaster recovery much easily. Like that, as Amrish said, you can use DR in matter of hours, right? If you compare with the on-prem world, it may take even days or even months to set up your data center in disaster recovery region. And also the cost thing, right? So you can use pay-as-you-go option, right? So basically, cloud has the option of scaling up and down, so that provides significant entry point to have DR in the cloud, right? And finally, cloud means automation, right? So it brings an important aspect into your overall business continuity and disaster recovery posture, right? So things like you can use infrastructure as code. So developers, administrators use Terraform or various languages they're familiar with to spin up infrastructure on the fly, right? So cloud provides significant, I would say, an entry point when you compare to the previous era of having data center plugged in for the disaster capability. And now things like even multi-clouds are coming, right? I know you have follow-up questions. So things are expanding, and cloud is a foundational block, I would say, for having disaster.
And as you rightly said, the cloud has made putting things very fast. We want to spin up a virtual machine today, it's probably a minute. So we don't need to order hardware and wait for that. But this has also created complexity with multi-cloud, right? We have interconnected systems. Now, one system running in one cloud, another system running in another cloud, but they all have to exchange data as part of the business process. How it has increased the risk now, Sandil, with multi-cloud and interconnected systems from a disaster recovery standpoint?
Yes. See, biggest thing is that, from the business side, there comes a lot of requirement. And thanks cloud being there, we have to use the cloud effectively so that the agility and also accessing the application instantly, which it is possible for us to do. So we have a multi-cloud environment and also hybrid cloud environment. We have a leading hyperscalers, our data is there, and along with our private cloud, which is there in the on-premises. So the biggest thing as being from the IT is that we need to understand a proper connectivity across this. So one will be in one cloud and other data will be on the other cloud and one will be on the on-prem. In this scenario, the API plays a major role. Now the connectivity, everything happens in such a way that we have a API. So the API, how it has to be get connected and where it has to be used plays a major role. So number one, whenever we do any disaster recoveries, we do any DR drill or similar like that, we have to ensure that there should be a proper blueprint being available in the organization. For us, as our system architecture has, we should understand that, okay, this particular application is running in a particular cloud and this is in the on-prem. When I want to move to my DR drill, when I want to do that, I need to have a total flow on that. Many times we get failed on these areas. Sometimes when we do a DR drill, there could be a scenario where one application may not work. So how strong we are having it. Now, recently organizations started like a chaos engineering. So what this chaos engineering does is that we have to see that it's a simulation of our DR drill, or whenever needed, we have to do a testing like my connectivity, how on the real time it is happening, and how when it is failed, which is the connectivity which is failed, how I have to recover with that, or on the application part. Each and everything we should have a clear understanding. So going forward, every organizations will have this chaos engineering as one of the major thing and mandatory, I feel, here.
Rupesh, one question to you, because I remember SIFI had a very internally built observability platform, right, on your cloud infrastructure that you're offering. From a continuity standpoint, in what way observability helps in continuity? And a follow-up to that, when a disaster happens and your recovery systems comes up, in what way this observability has to change? Because now I have to observe the recovered systems also, right? Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, so there's a very, very common, very popular saying, right, that you can't control what you can't monitor. Maybe I'd like to slightly change this. So I would say that you can't control what you are not observing, okay? So there is a difference between seeing and observing, right? Seeing is something which you see after an event happened, or, but in observation or observability, that is something which you kind of able to predict or forecast. Because in a system like a data center where you have hundreds of systems working together and they are kind of correlated and they are integrated together, suppose a power and cooling, they have to be working together. So when you are able to observe a particular change in behavior or in their usage pattern, or you are able to observe a stress on these systems, that is where you will be able to kind of predict a failure much earlier than it can occur. So that is a major difference between this observability and monitoring part of it. So all this while we have been only monitoring it. So if you look at the BMS systems, what have been very popularly used in almost all the infra supports systems, they will just tell you when the system is down. It will give you an alarm. But then the modern age, or the now what we are also using in SIFI also, what we are using is much above that. So we have added an AI layer on top of that, because the BMS is generating millions of data every day, right? And it's humanly impossible for somebody to kind of look at all these alerts and look at what is happening. And also we have left that job to the AI agents to kind of look at that and come back to us and only give us prescriptions, or give us only the record information to us saying that, hey, there is something going wrong in this particular UPS, because I'm seeing a pattern of continuous alerts in this way, there could be a problem. And it also will tell me the correlated event happening on the other systems also. You say, okay, at this point of time, the IT load was like this, it varied like this, your ambient temperature was slightly different, your cooling system had, had a dip on this particular time. All those things is going to tell me. So observability in that way, from a data center perspective, I would say that that is kind of becoming a core for an intelligent operations in our data centers. So only by that, for large hyperscale data centers, something like which SIFI is running, we are able to kind of manage the day-to-day operations. So every data, what we are getting it is kind of converted into a usable format that is helping our operations team to address anything that can, any failure or any incident that can happen much before it occurs. That is how the industry is growing, and that is a way forward also.
Thank you. And in the first panel of the morning, we spoke about the process which actually guides the whole disaster recovery business continuity from a procedure standpoint, what must be done, who must do it, how it must be done. And in those days, it used to be done manually. But with the technology and the amount of system that we have today, doing that manually is not possible. Suraj, a question to you is, in what way automation is now playing a role in disaster recovery itself?
Yeah, significantly, Suresh, I would say, right? Because, assuming if you are in any strategic cloud provider, right, it can be Amazon, Oracle, Azure, Google, so you will have a lot of interconnected system depending on the business you run. So generally, when we talk about, I'm talking about the process when a disaster recovery happens, right? What are the process customers go through to restore the system? So before automation, we just generally hear stories like getting hundreds of people into a call, they get into a all hands kind of a call with someone coordinating all the steps, right? So it's become a kind of a nightmare is what generally customers feel, and they will not be able to figure out whether they will be able to recover it on time, right? But with the current kind of offering all the cloud providers provide, right, where with the push of a button, you can enable your recovery flows, and then whenever you are ready, okay, I want to do a failover, then you can just hit a button to do the recovery process, right? So it transformed from a complete chaos into a more peaceful way of handling DR, I would say. So again, I don't want to go into the technical details of how we do it, but in short, automation is super, super critical. And even on-prem, I know a lot of customers who don't use cloud. We have seen they are adopting automation to do the automated failover, right? So it's very, very key to a much superior recovery, I would say.
Yes. So we are looking at observability, where I'm constantly looking at how the systems are performing, and if there is a failure, then we have a method to automate the recovery processes. But from a prevention standpoint, so if you're talking about preventive measures using AI, predicting what can go wrong, when it can go wrong. So Santosh, Ambrish, and Sendil, in your own domains, in your own organization, so how you're using AI, or even not with AI, other standard ML ops, predicting failure?
Monitoring, the main difference between monitoring and AI is like monitoring is something which we keep watching to see what's happening. But AI is something which is going to tell you what is going to happen. So that is a major shift which we see. Maybe to understand much better today, why do we go to doctors? We go to doctors, or rather in the past we used to go to doctors when we fall sick. But today there are wearables which actually can tell what is your heartbeat, what is your blood pressure which is happening. So that's the kind of preventive thing which is coming up. The technology is playing everywhere that we can actually predict what's going to happen. In our line of business, which I said electric vehicle manufacturing, batteries are something which is heart of the vehicle. Okay, today we don't sell that we manufacture buses. We actually manufacture technological systems. So I think you would have heard about saying that building buses on computers. No, it's actually building computers on buses. So that's the kind of evolution. And for monitoring this, we have something called as control centers and command centers. The major activity, control center is nothing but the center where people monitors the vehicle particular to that depot, and command center is something which is centralized, which is monitoring all the fleet of vehicles 24/7 across the country. Today, probably we are having around 2,000 electric vehicle buses, and it's humanly impossible to see the kind, because every single vehicle we are collecting 174 parameters of data. Approximately 1.5 TB of data is something which is collecting. Every single vehicle talks to us, whether it is battery, whether it is tire pressure, whether it is motor power, whether it is chiller temperature, every single parameter can be monitored sitting remotely. So 2000 into 174 parameters, if somebody has to go through the logs and understand what's going to happen into the vehicle, it's humanly impossible. And probably that 2000 will become 4000, 4000 will become 10,000 probably in next couple of years. So these command centers, there are AI models which we have built in across to actually predict what's going to happen. As I told you, the major component of an electric vehicle, 60 to 65% of the cost of the vehicle goes on into the battery. And we know that at the end of 6th year or 7th year, there will be a mandate replacement of the battery which has to happen in the vehicle. So approximately if 1.5 crore is the cost of the vehicle, at least 70-80 lakhs, I know that it's going to be, there is going to be a capex for me at the end of 7 years. So this AI model, if it is able to predict and tell me, Santosh, see, this is the vehicle, this is the battery cell, which is actually going to die after 6 years, probably fine-tune certain things so that the life of the battery goes on. So, and that's a very, very direct proportional to the business profitability. So there are, in the command center on the 24/7, it actually talks to the operation. The team sits, talks to the operation. We go up to the last mile. For me, the last mile is a driver. So we can actually go call on to the driver to tell that do this activity. And by looking at the abnormalities, we actually go back to the product development center and tell that, hey, look, probably in one of these components, instead of this, probably this is the kind of activity. So the design model itself can be changed. And for changing the design of the model of the vehicle, AI is something which is helping us to the core.
In your field, Sendil, predictive monitoring.
Yeah. See, from my side, from Shriram Group, we have developed a super app which is called a Shriram One. Last year, we have launched that, and around 2 crore customers have onboarded it. If you notice that we have a fixed deposit where we want to bring in such a way where digital, within few clicks, a person can put a fixed deposit through that. And with that, we do have insurance if we want. The person can do that. So we have integrated the applications accordingly. But when a problem comes, it will be difficult for us to identify where the issue is. It is because of the public cloud which we have made, or on the local data which is there in our private cloud, where the data goes, how the data goes. Again, the same concern of analyzing where it is. So continuously we used to get the logs. So this logs where if I want to do manually to find out where the issue, it is more on the reactive side, and 1 minute again the app is getting down also, we will be in a deep trouble. I have to proactively understand. So we have a fantastic application performance monitoring tool. So what this APM will do is that this APM will find out and give where my latency is there. Suppose this particular app is having a latency which we have expected, and there also it should be an intelligence in that. Suppose during the month end, if my particular threshold is around 70%, it should not keep on getting the alarm mentioning that it is 70%, do take the action. Being the month end, definitely there will be a higher thing. And during the week midst, the transaction can be less. In the time, if the alert coming beyond a certain threshold, we have to immediately do that. So here AI plays a role. So the AI has to understand and give us a clear picture whether it is a genuine alert for us or it is just a false alarm for us to do it. So each and every area which we have focused and we have keep on improving, and we improved a lot on this.
So we have heard from both application users. Rupesh, from your side, as a service provider, how AI-based predictive monitoring helps in preventing disasters.
Yeah, so Santosh mentioned about the batteries. Okay, I just want to say an example of that. In data centers, batteries are one of the crucial component for us, and that is the high risk items also. So he said about the cost is 60 to 65. I would say the risk is 60 to 65 for batteries, because that is always vulnerable, because we are using lithium-ion batteries in huge quantities. So what we have done is that in our monitoring system, or in our predictive monitoring system, we are monitoring this health is kind of a continuous basis. So even not only just the the voltage levels or anything like that, even it is emitting any kind of gases or anything like that. So this entire room is monitoring at least 10 to 20 parameters to see that any early traces of any kind of possible incident can be avoided, because it takes the air sampling, it takes the physical parameters, it takes the electric parameters, everything is measured in that way. So our system can kind of generate an alert whenever it sees a difference in the pattern, and it is going to alert us kind of an incident which is happening. So that is one of the use cases which is very actively used in this predictive AI monitoring part of it. Now coming to another side of it. So I would say about the physical, what you call the incidents possible. It can be a human error, it can happen, right? Or somebody accidentally getting into an unwanted area, because we have many sensitive areas where we don't want anybody to get in. Only trained people have to go there. So we have introduced an AI layer onto our monitoring systems. As I mentioned earlier, it is not possible for somebody to kind of look at thousands of cameras, right? So we have added an AI layer on top of that. So what it does is that when it is seeing a different pattern or behavior, of the people getting into or walking into that place, or it see a strange face, because we have an authorized, faces, in the sense all the people's, their faces are also already kind of included in our system. So when it sees a different face roaming around in that area, it immediately gives an alert to that. Or they are getting into a particular place, then it gives an alert. In the other way also, if nobody is going to a particular place for a long time, it gives us an alert saying that it immediately alerts the security officer saying that, okay, this been, isolated for so many times. This particular time, an engineer is supposed to be going there, so nobody has gone there. So it gives an alert. So that's a kind of a predictive, a proactive monitoring. Using the AI layer, we have built into our, legacy or our standard monitoring platforms. So this is kind of helping us in our day-to-day life. One, it is actually reducing a lot of effort, and definitely it is improving our efficiencies. And more important is, avoiding any kind of risk and incidents in our data centers.
So Amrish, the question to you is, now we heard that AI is being used for predictive monitoring, right? So what risk that we can expect when we start using AI in this recovery systems itself?
Well, the fundamental risk with the AI is the model of the data on which you train it, and the people who are working on that training for the model. If those things are handled properly, I think you can push the boundaries of the AI to much more acceptable levels. There will be always a residual risk where the human factor will play a very critical role, but I think with good amount of data and training, the limits can be pushed far, far ahead than what we have today.
So now, Suraj, we have to do a resilience test. So in the cloud environment, so in what way AI is helping us in resilience testing, and what challenges are there, if at all any?
Yeah, sure. So in terms of resiliency testing, right, I would say first having the prerequisites of having a proper replication, I would say, is a mandatory first to make sure your data is getting propagated from one region to another region. Right? So that's, I would say, first prereq. And then once we discussed about the automation we have, So you should have a regular way of doing a DR drill. I know DR drill sounds scary for some of the folks, but with the automated things we have, you can run a DR drill every week or so, even every day as well, right? So that's where it provides more resilience. So what I mean by that, if you're able to get a report, say my system A can be able to work properly in region B with a green everything, and you are getting an automated report, then by default you'll be happy, and then you feel a resilient system is available, right? So that's, I would say, cloud helps to do that. But in terms of risk, as I said, automation can do things go wrong as well, right? So you should have categories depending on criticality of your system, right? So example, one of our customers, when we saw that they have an alerting mechanism which was able to spin up hundreds of VMs on the fly, right? So that's not supposed to work, right? So there has to be, if AI is embedded into this alerting mechanism, then there should be a human intervention stopping. Okay, if it goes beyond, let's say, beyond 10 machines, right? Someone has to go and stop that, right? So there are various tools available to do that. But having said that, automation, if not properly used, can lead to this. But this mitigation is absolutely possible.
Okay. So Santosh, because I heard you saying that so many parameters are being picked up from each bus in a real-time basis and being consolidated and analyzed, right? How do you test resiliency in your environment? Test resiliency in your environment. Test resiliency, that means failovers.
Test the resilience, okay. See, again, as I said, monitoring that data and building a product process itself is completely very different. But testing is for doing a testing. For example, we have something called as simulation labs. So in the simulation labs, basis the testing, we predict, we analyze what is going to be the life of this product. See, I can still give a very classical example. Few years, Switch Mobility is part of Ashok Leyland. So Ashok Leyland manufactured diesel vehicles and we manufacture electric vehicles. So few years before, even before we launching a product on into the roads, there is a massive test which happens. Could be a pressure test, could be the engine test. We drive the vehicle physically to different altitudes, different time zones, different temperatures to actually see how the performance is there. Then there is a manual graph which is being put to see, okay, for this vehicle, if we launch, the life of this product is going to be 20 years. Today, with the AI models, with the technologies, we are able to simulate, okay? And with the kind of data what we have collected already, as I told, 174 parameters of each bus and approximately 155 parameters for the light commercial vehicles. With this data, we actually do some algorithms, multiply it, simulate it, and actually find out what is it and how is it going to perform. So the simulation test is all completely automated now, and it is all working. And from a risk perspective, probably I'll just wanted to add one more point there. So there is always called as residual risk. But again, today, we are in a world that even that residual risk is something which is not acceptable at this point of time. We all heard interesting fireside chat where Suresh was talking about. In fact, I was sitting with him the whole day, but I never realized that he is the CEO for DigiYatra. There, for example, if I go back and tell Mr. Suresh saying that Suresh, is your product having residual risk, if he says yes, then probably I don't think he would be able to even sell the product. In DigiYatra, for example, I am applying it, and on the residual risk, you cannot walk into the airport. So for example, for that case, there can, in our line of business, there is nothing called as residual risk, but there is always a plan B which we build in across. If this doesn't work, probably, as I told you, there should be a pilot mode where it should kickstart it and then automate it and start working on it.
Yeah, thanks. And Amrish, you are into a software solutions provider, right? So how do you innovate without compromising on resilience?
Well, like Tally has about 2.5 million businesses and much more million users of the software. So resilience is like a non-negotiable thing for us. So, like it's the core fundamental for resilience will be designed by architecture. So it's not like a top-up thing which you can do. It has to come from your core design, development, testing, and real-time testing of the
gentleman mentioned about the simulations is good, but unless you do the real-time hardcore testing in the production environment, you cannot be 100% sure things will work or may not work. So that's how we have tried to build the systems in such a way, right from the architecture layers to dev to test to the fine-tuning of the systems.
Yeah. So now with with AI coming in and so much of advancements happening in cloud and cloud technologies, so this question is to all the panelists. You all can take a minute each to answer. So how would technology enable resilience would like in the next 10 years? The next decade, if I look at how it will be, because we all came from a time when backup tapes were the only resilience we had, from a situation where just now, as Suraj was telling, that it's an automated script that runs and is observability finds that something goes wrong, the script it's automatically enabled, the whole thing fails over, I just only get an alert that system failed, recovery completed. And I see and I can go back to sleep successfully, right? So how this is going to be in the next 10 years?
So probably I'll just take that first. Suresh, what was the topic which was there on 2024, the Tech Summit? The topic was AI Summit, okay? Today we are talking about continuity unbroken. So this itself is a major shift just in a matter of 12 months or 15 months. So for me, it's my very personal opinion. For the next 10 years, if you ask me what is going to be the resilience, probably I would not be able to think what is the kind of resilience which we will have to build into the product, because whatever we spoke yesterday is obsolete today. What we are talking today is not going to be there relevant tomorrow. So world is the technology is performing, the technology is getting evolved so much. Very classical example. I think many of you will agree. 5 years before, we were all talking something about cloud technology. Today, does anybody talk saying that, okay, what is cloud technology? They are talking about multi-cloud. You talked about people having applications in various clouds. One application talking to another application. This application is AWS and this application is Azure. So the technology has evolved over a period of time. Last 3-4 years, it has been a complete shift. So for me, in next 10 years, if you are going to ask me, if somebody is going to tell that, okay, I'll put 1, 2, 3, these are the actions which is going to be planned for as a resilience for next 10 years, probably it will not work. We will have to get adapted as the technology moves, as the world moves, and then we will have to start, unlearning and relearning to see how we are able to manage it. That's my personal opinion.
Anybody next?
Yeah. Like from my side, I think continuous upskilling and moving with the technology will be the only thing that can, keep the teams ahead. What will come after 10 years? Very difficult to predict. Just keep on changing with the time, keep adoption, learning, and moving ahead. I think that's the only key.
Yeah, I like the saying, necessity is mother of invention. So when any scenario or anything happens, definitely we will invent what to do and how to take it forward. But 4 P's normally I used to tell. One is try to have a strong people in the organization, give awareness, all those things, people, so they have to learn all those things. Second P is product, have a good product. And third is that have a process in place. Whatever may be AI or whatever the cloud, whatever may be, have a strong process and follow that. And final P is that have a good partners where you have you can do on your own, but still when you want to learn so many things, a partner will be really helpful for you. So have this 4 is what normally I have it in my mind, and I suggest others if you find it valid. Thank you.
Yeah, so as we said, everybody said the same thing, the technology is very rapidly changing it. So this year, especially in the Indian data center industry, we are seeing a major shift in the power and cooling side, because the way the servers were powered and cooled is completely getting changed this year. So that is a major shift happening. So technology is definitely evolving and the world is going towards that. From a data center point of view, I strongly believe that we all are moving towards an autonomous data center operation side, with the help of AI and digital twins. That is what we are doing. At SIFI, we have successfully implemented an autonomous chiller plant for the last 2 years, running successfully. It doesn't need any intervention and all. And we are enhancing it now with the help of a digital twin and AI layer on top of that, so that it can also kind of take some of the decisions, so kind of a self-healing or whatever you call it as. So definitely the AI layer is helping every aspect of data centers, from design to operations. And I see that we will be going towards, I'm sure many of us know the concept of a lights out data centers, which is like a self-running data centers. I'm sure with the kind of, complex systems which getting done, the industry is moving towards that. And it's not that very far also. It'll be very soon that is going to be a real, thing in the data centers.
Yeah, I think everyone has covered. Maybe I just want to tell us a user experience, right? I was a user, so with the current generation of folks who are not ready to even accept a minute of downtime. So the architectural decision of having business continuity and DR should be taken seriously while designing the system, rather than considering it just a compliance or a tick mark. So I would say that if that is something seriously considered, it should be able to help a lot of incoming.
Thank you. And with this, I think we have some time for questions from the audience.
Hi. With regard to disaster recovery, so I'd like to know the scope of agentic AI. Leveraging agentic AI within the DR exercises that we actually perform for our applications. Like, how is it, feasible, and how do you think it will work out? And if you have implemented it or taken it as a POC, if you could share some on that. Thank you.
This is a fantastic use case, agentic AI for a DR drill. See, most of the time we do it as a manual activity, and when the disaster happens, no, you can't expect a particular person to be available on the particular day and time. If we have a agentic AI which is able to do certain process, at least L1 or at the level of L2, that will be really good. So we, from the organization, we are doing partially on that. To my knowledge, we have completed at least 70% on that. With few clicks, the process can get completed. But once we want to test all those things, there need a person to give access and then to allow it. Without testing, we can't give them access. So that is the RTO which we have, which we want to reduce below that.
So you have, I mean to say, the implementation has been done. Have you done it in an
yeah, we have done partially. That's what most of the things which we have done it, where certain activities like it is predominantly a higher end batch processing like that.
Yeah, fine.
It is a AI integrated in that.
Yeah, you cannot do it complete, right? So you need to have the human in the loop for testing and the validation of the data.
I think we can take one more question, and time's up. But any other questions you all have? These people are here only. You can ask them off the side.
I would like to add the question what the moderator has posed last. What would be the next 10 years? I think Mr. Rupesh has touched upon something, and most of the answers were like it's unpredictable. When there is a system being developed by human, and we know what are all the branches that is being evolved, will evolve. Can't we use the system again to predict for the next 10 years? It's not possible. When it's a human-made system, right? We all have all kinds of data. I think the vision will have an answer for this.
I think the way that the panelist answered back is the way technology has changed, and the velocity of a change that is happening in the last couple of years. It's very difficult for us to tell in the next 1 year what is going to happen. So my question to them was, in the next decade, how the resilient system would actually be. For that the answer was, we won't know actually how it will be.
It can be.
Yeah. Yeah.
Actually, we can predict. That's what my answer is.
I'm not sure
Because
whether
it's
we
all
can.
the system being driven and it's again automated. It's all AI driven. It's possible.
No. Things are rapidly getting changed. Assuming we took a server, I'm taking basic example, of 3 years, taking a warranty and which we were doing it. After 1 year, thanks to AI coming in, these servers were not used for us. And second is that the GPU has come in. You can't predict what is happening for next 5 years. You can think only 1 year. Now cloud has come. Why I should invest more on my local? I can use on the cloud, right?
I
So
guess
the investment
we
gets
can
changed.
take this discussion. If at
Thank
all,
you.
if at all, it has to be some in this specific scenario. My wish list is that I should not worry about disaster recovery. System should understand itself. It should start recovering. It should come back online, and we shouldn't worry about that. I should be happily spending my time with my family. That's my wish list. If that can happen in the next 1 decade, I think all the ID heads here will be very happy. With that, thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we move right on to our next panel discussion, Resilient GCCs, Continuity and Compliance at Global Scale. Global capability centers are no longer back office extensions. They are mission-critical hubs shaping global operations, customer trust, and regulatory exposure. This panel explores how GCCs build resilience across borders, balancing global policy with local compliance, managing geopolitical risk, and sustaining continuity in a distributed world. We'd like to welcome our speakers on stage, Mr. Khalilur Rahman, Senior GCC Advisor and Digital Transformation Leader. With over 2 decades of experience building and scaling high-impact global capability centers and leadership roles at global organizations, he's a recognized thought leader driving value-led, innovation-focused global operations. We welcome him on stage. Let's give him a round of applause. We have with us Mr. Santosh Kumar M., Senior Director Digital, Kellogg Brown & Root Company, with over 25 years of experience across engineering and technology domains. Focused on data-centric delivery and advanced technologies such as agentic AI and digital twins, he drives AI-led innovation while actively shaping professional technology communities through industry leadership roles. Welcome, sir. Next on stage is Dr. Deepak Kota, Director, Global IT Support, Mars Snacking. He leads global IT operations from India with over 25 years of leadership experience, blending deep expertise in enterprise systems, cloud, AI, and cybersecurity. With strong business acumen, he drives resilient global capability centers while mentoring the next generation of technology leaders. Welcome, Dr. Deepak Kota. Rounding out the panel is Mr. Harsha Ramji, Business Head, Network Services, SIFI Technologies Limited, with nearly 2 decades of experience shaping network and managed services portfolios. Combining strong product leadership and P&L expertise with deep technical insight, he drives secure, future-ready network solutions that enable enterprise scale and sustained digital growth. Moderating this panel, once again, is Mr. John Xavier, Tech Editor, The Hindu. Can we give them a big round of applause?
Hi. So, gentlemen, thanks for coming. So it's quite an interesting panel topic. So I thought we'll take a quick 1 or 2 minutes just to let the audience know what each of us' capability is in this particular topic. And then we can actually kick it off. So from there we can go on a round of questions. So I'd like to start with you.
Yeah. So my name is Harsha. I've been with SIFI now for 25 years. I run the network infrastructure business within SIFI. We do a lot of work with global capability centers across India. There are about 1,900 global capability centers across India. We do a lot of the infrastructure, the IT infrastructure for a lot of these global capability centers across India, both in terms of subsea connectivity, fiber, data centers. So, a lot of experience working with GCCs, especially in the last 4 or 5 years. I think the trend that we are largely seeing is, till about 4 or 5 years, it was all the traditional outsourcing companies. But I think that trend now has shifted, specifically post-pandemic. We've seen a bigger emphasis around the GCC, which is, sort of more, I think, culturally, and as they go up the value chain, I think a lot of companies have moved from traditional IT outsourcing companies to setting up their own GCCs. So we work with a lot of GCCs, both at their global office as well as the India office. So we see both sides of the story today in the GCC world.
Deepak.
Hi all, thanks for having me here. Deepak Kota, I have about 25 plus years experience in IT consulting, but I come in with a finance background, a chartered accountant and a cost accountant. The current mandate I had when I was hired into the company, which is called Kellanova, which was recently acquired by Mars. I hope you're familiar with both the brands. The mandate to actually set up and govern a lot of IT operations and services from this part of the region, and looking forward to the conversation today. Thanks.
Hi, thank you for this opportunity. I'm Santosh. I represent KBR, which is a GCC in the oil and gas industry. So we do designs of all the refineries across the world, and we also operate and maintain those plants across the world. Right? So we are now trying to move as a GCC from being a cost advantage to a value engineering organization. So that's the focus for us.
Hi everyone, this is Kallu Rahman. I'm a technologist plus a GCC. I've sat on both sides of the table. For close to 20 years, I was consulting in digital transformation with big names. Last 10 years, I've been with a large pharma GCC where I've seen phenomenal growth. Right, if I were to call out some statistics, right, there are close to 1760 plus GCCs, 64 billion expected to go to 100 plus billion by 2030. GCC is the largest employers, like 1.9 million employees, expected to go up to 3 million by 2030 again, and 8 to 10% CAGR. What I've seen in pharma is the large global pharma, where I was handling 5 portfolios, it transformed phenomenally. Earlier, we were a generic pharma and API, hub, so to speak. We were pharmacy of the world. But in the last 10 years, I've seen phenomenal transformation in terms of pharma, where, from a 0% regulatory affairs submission to 60%, and, from 0% innovative medical research to up to 45% being carried out. And you may have heard about Mozambique and Vigovi. Novo Nordisk has a big GCC at Bangalore. I had a chance to discuss with the MD of Novo Nordisk in one of the panels, where he said of the 19 functions that supported this launch of Mozambique, 18 were based out of Bangalore. So you're talking about phenomenal lifestyle changing blockbuster medicine being produced. And if I take my own example, I've seen in the company I consulted for a phenomenal goal. It's considered a second HQ, for this large 55 billion Swiss pharmaceutical I work with. So what I'm seeing is GCC has transformed. India is no longer order taker, at least for the pharma GCCs. India is the pharma for the world. So it's only going to go from strength to strength. I'm even seeing biomedical research and cutting edge innovative medical research being carried out from India thanks to the technology, AlphaFold and whatnot. Even the future blockbuster medicine could be designed in, say, Hyderabad, Bangalore, or even Chennai. So that's...
Yeah, thanks, Kalilur. So that's quite an interesting panel. So with you on digital transformation and on the pharma side, Santosh on oil and gas, Deepak on retail, and I think snacking and Mars is something everybody know. And here Harsha has been kind of plumbing the whole thing right, left and center. But GCCs are in themselves more an evolution from an outsourcing unit, like you pointed out. So how much have we transitioned into a true capability center versus only doing tasks that are outsourced from the headquarters? If you could maybe give a perspective around that, we can go around.
Yeah. So, till about 7-8 years back, for us, the infrastructure was largely bought out. I'm talking from an infrastructure standpoint. It was largely bought out by the outsourcing folks, right? And it was just enough infrastructure to keep them connected back into the, sort of the HQ, right? I think that's changed considerably, and I'm assuming that the change is being driven as a lot of the GCCs go up the value chain, right? So the way we typically look at the industry is we classify it in what is called a stage 1 GCC, which is entry into the market, into a country like India. So stage 1, typically what we have seen is, it's about 40 people, 50 people, come test the waters, that kind of thing, right? The stage 2 is a scale up. So they go from, say, 40 to 1,500, 2,000. I think that's the sort of the stage 2. And many of the mid-market GCCs sort of stay in that. Mid-market companies that have GCCs in India stay in that, sub 1,500, 1,000 odd people. Some of the bigger ones then start scaling up, we have also seen some of this ones scale up almost to about 6,000-7,000 people. And then within the stage 3, we see people now starting to do a lot more cutting edge. Like he was talking about doing research. We work with one of the companies in Bangalore. They do a lot of aerodynamic, aero component design, right? So they are almost 70-80% of their engine design actually is simulated, done in India and simulated in India. So they've really gone up the value chain, right? We do some work with chip companies. Their core chip development is now in India. In the past, it used to be all the peripheral around the chip used to get done in India. Now the core chip development is getting in India. So I think we have seen very, very rapid growth in the value chain. And maybe I think in the last 6 to 12 months, given the uncertainty around, what's happening in terms of global visas and geopolitics and all, almost every day we are seeing GCCs being set up. And the transition from what we call phase 1 to phase 2, phase 3 seems to be happening very, very rapidly. I mean, that's the general market trend that I see across the board, right? But
so
people
Deepak,
who are in the business will probably know this better.
Yeah, where would you see your, within that phase framework that Harsha laid out, where would you see your company is and you know, what sort of capabilities do you bring to the table?
Sure, I'll probably talk more about the industry. I'm not going to get too specific about my organization, given the current state where we are. But just to add upon what he just said, right? A lot of large-scale GCCs which were set up in the past were more led by processes and efficiency. But today the transformation that's happening is more about driving value and bringing back more critical capabilities to this part of the world. Decision making probably was more central. There's a shift and an urgent need to look at it again getting delivered out of GCCs or innovation centers as they are now getting transformed into. I think almost all organizations, including ours, and the mandate is to look at very clear capabilities that are very specific to our businesses. Everybody operates in a different maturity level. So I don't believe scale is a measure. Scale happened purely from a cost arbitrage years ago. But the same large-scale organizations today are under a little bit pressure in terms of determining what value they deliver, and hence the pivot, right? So there's a bit of, I would say, value washing or AI washing happening right now across. But then there's also a rapid pace and urgency to adopt some of these emerging technologies to be able to determine what can make most impact. So when I say that, let's look specific into some of the different verticals, specific to even where I operate from. It's all about new, defining what could potentially be new flavors, right? Understanding the customer, getting back to the segment one, hyper-personalization in terms of certain markets, optimizing supply chain as well, right? Depending on where and which market you operate in. And given the challenges and the geopolitical uncertainty in the recent 2 years and the inflationary pressures that we all operate in, it's also to look at how best you could have global sourcing practices, right? So a lot of these are relatively new. So one is a product innovation, is what I could probably call out, and he rightly said so. The second piece is to make sure that whatever is being done so far stays resilient as well, right, as a business and operating model. So it's a wide chain. In between comes in the best ways and how we could adopt some of the emerging technologies, be it IoT or AI and advanced analytics, if you will, to be able to determine how some of the global operations and the regional operations could best meet what the board requires from all of us.
So in oil and gas engineering design industry, right, I think we are somewhere in the stage 2 to stage 3, what Harsha defined, right, where I think over the last decade or so, we have established the capability and the scale of the capability, because that was a challenge for the oil and gas engineering design industry. Today, we are talking about value engineering, and that's where we are, right? But I would like to add one more stage to what Harsha just said, right? Where we are saying that it is just not about efficiencies or innovating for our own efficiencies for India or for the GCC, but innovation for the organization, for the global organization. I think that's where pharma, Kalluri mentioned that pharma is there in that stage, whereas in other industry, I think to some extent, even technology industries have reached where I think some of the products are being developed in India for the global market. But at least in the oil and gas stage, we are still not there yet. And probably that's where building the trust with the innovations, because I think India, we can absorb technology like a fish, right? So we can just swim, use the technology, adopt it, improve the efficiencies. But how do I apply at a global scale? I think that's what our industry, at least in the oil and gas industry, we are facing that challenge, and that's what we are evolving and we look forward to.
Khalil, I'd like you to go beyond the pharma, of course, and then bring out the idea of how much of, let's say, decision-making and strategy is also tilting towards GCCs from the HQ, right? If you could start from there and then we could move back.
Sure. Maybe I'll not take a pharma example, but This is from one of the GCC that was right across the road where I used to work in Hyderabad. So all of you would have seen the movie F1 by Brad Pitt, which was a super blockbuster last year. And when the cars were racing, the cars were having different logos and ads were all appearing, right? It was all done not only, it was not leveraging only VFX. The image rendering and the putting the right sized logo, the right images, ads, so it looked absolutely perfect, high, in HD quality. This entire work was done by a GCC team, which was sitting right across my office. So it was mentioned. The point is that from a cost arbitrage to it is more of an innovation and talent arbitrage, and that's why because of these successes, a lot of people are coming, but there is always a AI hype, and 95 versus 5% MIT report is also true. So is the 58% agentic AI versus not using, and Julie Sweet from Accenture also mentioned about so the key challenge the organizations would face, if you take the 3-tier which was mentioned by Harsha, right? There are companies are at different maturity levels. If you take a large legacy company, what you see is the tip of the iceberg. They have a huge legacy data application, technical debt, huge data silo and data depth, and then other challenges. So you cannot expect them to have world-class enterprise data management, plug-and-play architecture to adapt a new technology and run with it. It's like taking a Lamborghini and going in Ranganathan Street and expecting a 400 miles per hour. That's not going to happen, right? So there are challenges which the GCCs would face. There is a hype, associated with it. It's a lot more easier for the phase 1 and phase 2, smaller scale, maybe a product and a SaaS organization or a GCC to adopt the technology, leverage the power of talent, leverage the power of technology to launch products and features quickly. That's happening. I've also seen personally companies which use the Yokohama version of ServiceNow, which has so many good features, but still having lots of manual ticketing done using, lot of people use barely 3 to 4% of what features in Excel, Word, or PowerPoint, which has been around for 3 decades, right? That's the same with many organizations. So the key is how you leverage the resources available, how you optimize it, how you make the best use of it. That means you need to have talent. Now we are talking about agentic AI, right? Or probably you need one super good programmer and 20 or 50 agents replacing the job of 100. You must have seen what Claude did to, today TCS went below 1 lakh crore market cap for the first time in the last 6 years, right? There's a lot of disruption is going to happen. GCCs will be at an advantage to leverage and reap the benefit, and they are going to be the largest employer, not the services companies anymore, right? So they need to have right framework, governance framework, architectural framework. And I also saw a data point that 58% of the Fortune 100 companies have AI in their board level objective. The board talks about AI. 58 of the 100 that may soon go to 80, 90, or even 100. So what I'm saying is things are evolving, and it's also at an inflection point. We will see more disruption. In the previous discussion also we spoke about, I wouldn't know what would happen in 2 years, let alone 10 years forecast, right? So GCCs also need to adapt to that scale. And the maturity, adoption rate, capability, agility will all vary from industry to industry, regulation versus non-regulation, and also the size of the GCCs.
Right.
If I can just add to Kalluri, I think we talked about technology, and I think most of us, when we say GCC, we just focus on technology. And I think to address your point earlier, John, we miss out the behavioral and the people aspect of it, which is the key, right? So today, at least in our industry or in oil and gas, the Indian GCCs are getting a seat at the table at the decision-making level, right? That's one. And I think because in India, the age of the employees are, we are a younger generation of employees in the industry. So adoption of technology is not an issue. But when you're talking at a global scale, we completely ignore the behavioral challenges, the people aspects of adoption. We always think that everyone are like Indians, will adopt technology as fast as we can, but our counterparts may not. So, and we don't focus, and that's where, as GCC, our focus should not just be on how I can adopt technology, but also how I can culturally change and address the people aspect when I have to scale it at the global level.
Yeah, that's a very important point, because resilience is actually done by people, right? I mean, they are the people who actually really take the impact of technology and do something out of it. But also GCC sit at a very interesting juncture here, because like you say, your counterparts maybe in Europe or US or any other Asian country may not be willingly taking up any new tools through maybe AI or something. So when you take that seat at the decision table, what are some of the real challenges that you face to drive through certain innovative changes, but you need to have the HQs okay to do that? So how do you handle that? Maybe you can start here. Santosh, you can start.
Probably I can just bring in, because this is a current challenge, at least we are facing, right? So there are two levels, right? One is a top-down approach, where you are part of the, you have a seat at the board, a decision-making, and you influence the decision-making. But that alone will not suffice, right? At the bottom level, we need to establish trust between the different regions. Once there is trust, right, I think then the buy-in of technology or the buy-in of tools or whatever that is, I think that happens very, very easy. The challenge is building that trust. It is not easy. It is a long process, and there is no set formula to establish that trust, right? So I think it is all about trust. Trust can start with the tools or the innovations we build. The advantage we have as a GCC is that we see the process across the world, right? Every region, US, Europe, APAC, right? So we understand the different challenges and the pain points. So that is our advantage. We have to leverage that and say that technically, show them that, hey, I'm suggesting this innovation because of so-and-so problem I've observed in this region. If you establish that trust, right? Once you establish that trust, then I think it goes a long way in the people aspect of it.
Yeah, just to add to that with regards to people, see, the global shift of leadership from HQ to India is happening, but it's happening slowly and steadily. It's around 4,500 to 4,800 global leaders of the GCCs reside, and expected to go up to 30,000 by 2030. There's a lot of opportunity for people in this room to become global leaders. The point is, on the point of trust, it is always a big challenge. And if you take companies that are heavily regulated, could be pharma, banking and financial services. Pharma, see, there are data privacy and compliance related restrictions. It used to be 60 in 2012. Now it has gone up to 144 is what I saw as per my report. So the point is, if you need to implement a good data privacy, controls and deliver it from India, you may need to have a different templates. India has a DPDPA, right? You need to adapt to the rules of India. China has something else. GDPR is there, and there are phenomenal challenges to convince the stakeholders. They may want to have their own silo. It's like custom code of having 3 million lines of web app code in Aarti, people struggling to go to S4HANA. I see Deepak smiling. But the point is, there are challenges, and that's where the point of trust also comes into picture, right? And you need to understand, if you take Geert Hofstad's culture map, how many cultures would you align? Would you align to a working style and culture of Japan versus Middle East versus North America versus South America? Because the cultural and thinking, how you align, need to work, win the trust, along with these other challenges also there. So it's a challenging but exciting road as far as GCC growth is concerned. People with good people skills will...
Yeah, I have one question on that, and then I want to come to Deepak.
Can I add?
Oh yeah, just after this question. Yeah. So when you say that by 2030 you're going to have 30,000 GCC leaders, and these are all going to be units of HQs that are outside, how much are we going to build something locally? Like, for instance, if, let's say, companies like TCS or HCL getting hit, what kind of a global standing will we be having? Will we continue to evolve as the back office of the world? What will be that scenario?
See, right now, 2 points. There was a mention about the capital and freedom and autonomy and talent. There's no dearth of talent. If you have the, right support and gravitas to, support these leaders, we built UPI, we built Aadhaar. US cannot think of implementing a UPI Aadhaar in the record time India rolled out. So there's no dearth of talent. It's only the trust in the readiness to invest in capital and grow the talent. Leave away all the differences and all the things, but should invest on people to be successful. That means there's a cultural angle to it also. That's why I mentioned about Gate's cultural map. So if you overcome that, have a single goal, no, this is not a GCC, this is not an ODC, this is not a GIC, this is another location. If I were to take the example of Google, they call it as a, they don't call it as India office and all. It's just another office, or they don't, Cisco and others go to the extent of second HQ or HQ and all. So remove all the differences, right? Go purely on the merit. Set it a level playing field. Companies are starting to see that, some companies have given leadership position in India. They've gone on becoming global CEOs and global CXOs as well, right? So again, it comes to the trust and giving the autonomy and investing the capital to make them successful.
Right, yeah. Deepak, go ahead.
Thanks. Just probably add on to a couple of these points. Two things. One, predominantly we did talk a bit about IT, but I'd like to differ there. When you spoke about innovation tools, the need is to look at business, right, aspect. Are we coming up with new products? Are we coming up with new chip designs? Are we coming up with any other tools that potentially could help us or the organization within the manufacturing? Traditionally, over these years, there's been a fundamental shift in the kind of skills that have been built in India. We heard it right from the time the VIT chairman was here, right? It's all about, or the chancellor was here, it's all about tech. And that's been where we have lost a lot of talent over these years, not being in the traditional engineering and the domain capabilities. So when you start coming to the table, we probably get a seat at the table, but over these years we have lost a lot of capability or depth, if you will, in terms of what you would traditionally do in any of these verticals, right? Particularly where I represent manufacturing, retail or CPG, and I'm sure across board as well. It's all about something that's been learned over a period of time, but still probably is still very superficial, right? You're not expert in the domain to be able to go back and say, hey, if I'm contributing in anything in an innovation, it is not ground up, led by the GCC in most times. It is something that is very collaborative, as what Kalyu said, right? Across markets, across regions that you have visibility. That's number one. Second, again, when you spoke about leadership and talent, again, from an India standpoint, there's been a brain drain. There is a change happening right now, thanks to all the visa and other challenges that are happening right now, but not necessarily large scale. But we really need to run big, competitive GCCs, which will happen from this part of the world. Purely, the pyramid needs to change, right? And you need to start infusing great talent who will be able to deliver products by each domain, by each function for the global, so that you're comfortable. Most of the global leaders still own the domain, if you will. So that's a fundamental change and a shift which may not happen immediately, but I think with the right talent and the focus that we all probably have, we go back, coach our next generations, we coach and mentor folks who are getting out of colleges right now, to really spend more time in understanding and picking a domain, right? Be it oil and gas, be it the consumer, be it pharma or life sciences, banking, any of these. But unless we build talent at that level and abstract ourselves from technology, there's no more coding, there's no more any of these, right? We see where it's heading, and that's always been the case. It's important that that talent builds and then makes us resilient, right? If you really need to deliver value and continue to deliver value, it's to move away from the numbers, build the right pyramid, and infuse a lot of domain capability into the talent that we have here.
Right. So Harsha, I'd like to get into, you wanted to share something?
Yeah, just one point, if I can add, John. I think what Deepak said and what Hilary said, right? I think with AI, the tech gap will just be shrinking, right? What needs to change for India to grow is our mindset. And that's the biggest change which we have to take. Because when we do innovation, we think what efficiencies or what optimizations, it's all incremental innovations for our region or for our office, right? We don't think at the global level. I think what Hilary was saying earlier, right? If I can think of it as a global product from India, right? Not for India, but from India. I think that's when things will change. And that's the mindset change, which is, it's a long process and there is no magic wand to fix that.
So on that, sorry, one lighter note, in a couple of years back I mentioned, they asked me a question, which is going to be the most important technical skills of programming language. For that my answer was English, which has become reality now. And with the size and population we have and the English being a primary language being leveraged, but we have a lot of opportunities to build, lots of products, just like someone quoted, the next billionaire will be someone working in the dorm, coming up with a killer product. There could be a lot of killer products developed just with simple knowledge of English. And you don't even need to rely on English with thanks to all the translate apps. You can use other apps to, if you have a killer idea, you can.
You use another chatbot for English and then you put the same thing. It's become so bad. Yeah, so Harsha,
I think the disconnection, like I said, the disconnection between the GCC and tech is inevitable. I think for the GCCs to scale, and very interestingly, a couple of weeks back, I went to meet one of my customers in Hyderabad. The GCC actually has 20 chefs, right? Because the parent is in a, is a food company in the US. So their product innovation is 20 chefs. In India, they have hired chefs from, 5-star hotels and things like that, and that's a GCC, right? So the notion that the GCC is all tech, I think will vanish as time goes by. I mean, that's my take on this.
Yeah, that's
right?
very interesting.
Yeah.
So are you seeing any other interesting examples like this apart from chefs?
I see quite a bit of that, but I mean, this is like the most compelling one that I've seen, right? I mean, if you're a toothpaste company, obviously, it's not tech anymore, right? It's a bunch of chemists and things like that, right?
Inspired engineering and research and development is happening now. That's been the last couple of years. That's a big shift. Majority of the GCCs either set up as nanos, if you will, the smaller focused ones, or the larger ones building up focused capability, are driving down and doubling up their engineering and R&D capabilities out here, which pretty much means scientists and any of these specialized skills from our region.
Chip design is one thing that's starting to happen. Chip designing is,
So one of the large pharma which used to have a good GCC in Bangalore, they set up a focused and targeted GCC in Hyderabad, focusing on helping their sovereign AI-based innovation. So I don't want to name them, but you can easily figure out.
So Harsha, could you talk about the security and data nexus, right? Because you have to set up some perimeter where you have the HQ data sitting and where you have the GCC's data sitting. How do you manage that? What sort of compliance requirements and things come?
Yeah. So I think a GCC ultimately is two things, right? It's talent mobility and data mobility to a large extent, right? I mean, there are other aspects to it in terms of talent development and things like that, but ultimately the relationship between the HQ and the GCC, and I think that was a good thing. I think a lot of them are starting to not just see it as GCC, they're starting to see it as extensions of their global thing. I've two of my, sort of people that I've worked with as GCCs in India, GCC heads, are now global CIOs for their parent, right? So they've moved on to being global CIOs, right? So the relationship has always been talent and data. So the data between the HQ, if you may call the HQ as what is there in the world outside India and what is in India, the data mobility is an important part of it, right? So now, that's a little complex because you have governing laws, say if it's a US headquartered organization, you have some governing laws there, you have some elements of governing laws coming up in India in terms of data privacy and protection specific to India. And then obviously you want to keep it secure and resilient between that, right? So our endeavor has always been to build infrastructure to support this kind of mobility, which means you invest in subsea cables, you invest in data centers, make the transition easy for global capability centers. So if you look at the current budget, they've actually done a very good job of combining some of the SOPs around digital infrastructure and GCCs. They've sort of created a sort of a more generic framework that encompasses digital infrastructure developed in India and GCCs, right? And I work very closely, for example, with some of the states. Like we do a lot of work in UP. We have set up small data centers in some of the smaller cities. Lucknow, we're doing a lot of work in Vizag. And the reason we are doing, some of this digital infrastructure in some of these tier 2 cities is as they support the GCCs to come into some of these cities, or a GCC wants to go into a tier 2 city for its own cost arbitrage, having that infrastructure and that capability is very important, right? So that's a big area of what we are trying to invest in right now. In terms of cybersecurity, and the governance around it, it's a complex subject because there are US laws, there are Indian laws, European laws, and there's this transit happening between that. I mean, right now, for example, if you want to transit data between India and Europe, all the traffic goes through the Middle East, right? And there is a very narrow window just off the coast of Yemen, where, we right now have almost like 5 or 6 submarine cables which are cut, right? And nobody wants to go into that water for various reasons, for obvious reasons, to go and repair it, right? So how do you manage, all these geopolitical risks across so many geopolitical, geos? I think that's the big challenge, right? And then in India, the GCCs are no longer in tier 1 cities, right? They are moving into tier 2, tier 3 cities. So how do you take that infrastructure and go there is I think, the big challenge that a lot of people like us are
Deepak, you actually are from, you represent the American companies in GCCs, right? So how do you see this kind of a scenario working out where geopolitics actually coming into play, where you have concerns around data and how to get yourself linked to HQ?
No, actually, it varies. Again, probably there'll be different perspectives, but some of these really helps for 2 reasons, right? One, it is driving a lot more focus in terms of what capability could be built in India specific to de-risk, right? In the past, probably a lot of decisions and the scale were focused in few markets or few BUs. But now, given the fact that there's a lot more, I would say, affinity for certain countries to be along through all these challenges that you have, the challenges that we have with sourcing and so on. Some of the consolidation that is happening right now is to be able to come back to a country like ours so that you're able to actually build and diversify. And it'll change a little bit more. There'll be multi-region GCCs slowly. Traditionally, that's how IT grew, right? You'll have an offsite, you'll have a near shore, and GCCs will evolve there as well. And within India, again, we are having a very clear resilience to look at tier 2. So there's always a 2-city option that people have started to look at, especially the large scale. Even the smaller scale ones, purely because of the fact that you pretty much have talent or niche talent available. It depends on the markets. Like if you really need to expand within this part of the country, you probably have the best of the talent in engineering, core, automotive, and so on. So if you really want anything to do with downstream plant production, if you will, right, you probably could start looking at a very focused GCC around those areas, with obviously IT as well. But a lot of IT talent has migrated to a few other states outside of Tamil Nadu at this point. So over a period of time, you would be able to diversify and have it. So when you speak about some of these geopolitical and other issues, I see it as a flip side where 2 parts. One, because of obviously it's just not cost arbitrage anymore, right? So if you really need to do things faster and be able to deliver from the talent pool that has always been there serviceable for the rest of the world, you need to be able to come back here and set local. And that will happen. And with an expansion of markets right up to talent where is available right now, tier 2 and beyond as well, So there's no dearth of options for organizations who come in fresh into India to be able to set up GCCs wherever they feel. And that's the CFO strategy as well right now, right? We need to diversify, we need to de-risk, probably start with some of these smaller nano entities and start laddering them up. The investments need to come up. We heard about new innovations that probably will start to drive from here. But those are things which will have a very clear, defined set of investments so that you are able to measure the ROI, fail fast, and then scale up if needed, right? If you are able to start seeing success in any of these models. So that again is where a lot of the current risks that we see is actually going to be very beneficial for us long term, purely because of the quality of talent that we have, except for the fact that there are two areas which probably still need to evolve, as I said before, is from the pyramid, the management layer, because of the fact that we don't have a lot and they have migrated, or we don't have enough exposure at that level. And the second is a bit on the infrastructure side, which partners like sponsors today are investing heavily to be able to deliver and build capability and capacity in this part of the world.
Yes, you want to answer? Yeah, so I think just pivoting slightly on the previous question on the compliance and regulatory aspects of it, right? I think for me, I can relate this to what happened 10, 15 years back when cloud was booming, right? So their data was a challenge because I was moving the data from my premise to a completely unknown premise, no trust, right? But today, no one talks about it, right? Because the framework or the template for compliance or security or protection is established. The challenge today is AI, right? There is no compliance or there's no regulations established in any country, right? Every country is grappling with what should my AI compliance procedures, policies should be, right? So what we need to look at is the compliance resilience, right? Tomorrow, if let's say a particular country changes the compliance, right? How quickly can I just adopt and be compliant to that policies, right? So that is what our focus should be. And once we establish that template of compliance resilience, and especially now with AI, the level of details of compliance, right? I go to whether my number plate can be hidden, is my number plate being shared, or is my personality being embedded in my neuron weights, right? That is a level of details the policymakers are looking at, right? So that we're just getting more and more into the micro details of data, right? Earlier it was just, I was just looking data as an object, but now I'm not looking at data as an object. I'm dissecting it and going to the nth level of details. How can my technology and the templates which I've built be resilient today if, let's say, India comes and says you can't take out any weights, AI weights from India, or Europe says I can't share any of my data, citizens, any model that has been trained using my citizens' information, right? So how do I do that? I think that's where it is the unknown which we are grappling right now. And because it is unknown, everyone are playing safe. They're coming to the most common denominator, which is I'll not share anything, right? But again, technology is mature. I think you can still run multi-isolated, siloed systems, right? But the challenge would be, how do I cross-leverage? I think with AI, cross-leverage is where you will have multiple folds of benefits. And that's where I think the organizations are experimenting and exploring.
So with regards to compliance, probably I'll take an example, right? Pharma industry spends close to 50 billion only on compliance. But in 2024, the pharma industry had 11.2 billion in fines because not being compliant. And you must have heard about companies getting 483s and other warning letters that, see, if you want to fix, one compliant issue costs close to $14 to $15 million. Whereas if you do a proactive work, you can do it by 6 to 10 times less costly, meaning if you do proactive. So there was also a point, all these GCCs earlier were not doing too much of regulatory affairs, pharmacovigilance, clinical safety and all. Now more work is happening now. A lot of molecules are being tried out, right? If an FDA sends a query, you need to respond quickly. The longer you take, you lose that time for marketing quickly and getting exclusivity on the license. So with the AI, right, I've personally seen using AI for adverse event, using an AI system for adverse event called adverse event brain that predicts, pharmacovigilance events, updates periodic safety update reports, and sends things a lot quickly. What used to take 3 months can now be done in 3 days. And Goldman Sachs CEO also mentioned now an IPO content, 95% of it could be done using agentic AI, and you just need 5% human in the loop to prepare an IPO prospectus. So similar thing, when it comes to compliance, you can reduce the cost of compliance with by leveraging the technology. And to the point which Deepak made, 39% of the GCC is going to be in tier 2 cities like Coimbatore, Jaipur and all. And the hub and spoke model is going to take it more. And with geopolitical issues, other than the data residency and data not getting out of a shore, pretty much most of the work can be done remotely with the help of technology.
So nano GCCs, decoupling of GCCs from tech, and another 30,000 plus GCC leaders in the next 4 to 5 years. So we're going to have a much larger GCC pool, and with talent we have to show the resilience. And I think the stages of development is also what you're seeing is we are more going into the 3rd and 4th level largely, so we are able to build more stronger capabilities to that. So thank you so much for sharing these details to my panel. And with that, my time's up, but we can take a couple of questions if anybody has. Okay, then that means we covered all that they had. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Can we have a big round of applause for all of our panelists? The Vellore Institute of Technology presents the Hindu Tech Summit 2026, powered by SIFI Technologies, co-presented by Skylark Information Technologies, Kellogg Brown and Root, Tally Solutions, and Virtusa. Our realty partner is G Square Housing, our state partner, the Government of Karnataka. Our television partner is Pudhiya Talamurai. Our digital news partner, TheFederal. Our knowledge partner, CIO Association. Our industry partner, Madras Management Association. Our ecosystems partner, Startup Singham Season 2. And our gift partner, Nexus. A big thank you to all of our partners and associates for making this event possible. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to our next panel discussion. Just give us a few moments as we set up the stage. Our next discussion is titled Governance, Risk and Intelligence, the Next GRC Framework. Governance, risk and compliance is no longer about static control documents. It's about predictive intelligence powered by analytics and AI. In this session, we explore how security, risk, and continuity converge through intelligent dashboards and automation to build trust-driven, future-ready governance. I'd like to welcome our speakers on stage, calling upon Dr. Shakti Balan Muttaya, professor at the Shiv Nadar University, with deep expertise spanning web science, data analytics, and responsible AI, Blending academic rigor with industry collaboration, his work focuses on bias, privacy, and social networks, driving research on domain-specific large language models and ethical AI frameworks. Welcome. Yes, a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Our next panelist, Mr. Gaudaman Jyoti Lingam, Global CISO and Head of IT, Latent View Analytics Limited, with over 23 years of experience in enterprise-scale technology and cybersecurity leadership. He has led advanced security frameworks, regulatory compliance programs, and large IT transformations, and is widely recognized for his impact on risk management and digital leadership. Welcome, sir. Our next panelist, Dr. Balakrishnan Kannaya, Vice President IT, is a seasoned business and digital transformation leader with over 28 years of experience in IT infrastructure, information security, cybersecurity, and digital technologies. He is a strategic technology evangelist. He specializes in crowd infrastructure, governance, risk management, and large-scale transformation programs. Welcome, sir. Our next panelist is Mr. Vennimalai Sundaresan, Vice President, Data Governance, Standard Chartered, with over 20 years of experience in banking and financial services. He specializes in data quality, regulatory compliance, and enterprise data frameworks, driving large-scale data transformation initiatives that strengthen governance and business resilience. Welcome. This session will be moderated by Mr. Kaushik Ramani, Managing Partner, Network Gain. Kaushik Ramani is a business and technology leader with over 2 decades of experience working across enterprise transformation, governance, and risk-led decision-making. He brings a practitioner's perspective on how governance and risk must evolve in an AI-driven world. Mr. Kaushik Ramani, thank you so much for joining us here today, and I leave this session in your able hands. Over to you.
Good evening, everybody. Is my voice audible? We'll try to keep this session interesting, and if you guys also want to participate and make us kind of interactive, I welcome it. Feel free to join us, so you can raise your hand, and if I see you, raise your hand, and then I'll also rope you in asking the question. When Suresh and the team reached out and said, do you want to be part of the panel? I said, what role? They said moderation. Then I said, that's easy, because asking questions is easier, so I chose to do that. And then eventually realized for AI, it's about how you ask the question, right? So that's what we talk about in terms of prompt engineering. So from that perspective, I'm going to kind of use this opportunity to learn from these experts here on the stage, and we'll try and make maximum value out of this. So once again, I'll just start with some quick statistics, if you will, right? So 72% of the organizations globally are now experimenting with or deploying AI in some form, and I presume most of you here are already trying that. If not for professional enterprise use cases, you're probably using it for your own personal usage. And very startling thing is 60% of them admit they don't yet have a mature governance framework, right? Which is pretty intriguing. Because one of the things in IT from day one that we always talk about is how do we have a GRC setup, how do we have compliance, and most often than not from a business standpoint, security and process were always an afterthought. With all due respect to the CISOs on the house, I'm saying because you kind of come in as a stumbling block in the progress of the business. That's how people see it. But with that said, with 60% still admitting that there is there's no defined governance, that's something interesting. And 44% of them have said already experienced one AI-related incident, if you will, and that required a significant intervention, right? So the question really is intelligence accelerating? Is governance lagging? And then the gap between the scale and oversight is where the actual risk lives, right? I just wanted to take a quick story. When we were discussing about this whole panel preparation, and when the organizing team reached out and said we will do this preparation and all of those pieces. For whatever reason, we only discussed on the topic and we exchanged ideas. I never really asked about where the event is happening, right? So the whole session was going on. Last 1 week, we have been exchanging data. And just last evening, I wanted to know where the event was happening. And I thought probably too late with the organizers being busy scheduling this event. But I still put it in the WhatsApp group. Since I didn't get any immediate response, I went to AI, asked AI, where is this Hindu summit happening? Okay, and this was the most popular one, Gemini. And then assuming that the Gemini would know all the up-to-date data grounded, I asked about it. And then Fatak, the answer came and it said, hey, it's happening in ITC Grand Shola. But somewhere when initially I was exchanging thoughts with Suresh, he was mentioning that it's going to be in Taj. So I vaguely remember Taj. What was confusing to me was, is it Kanimara, is it Coromandel, is it Clubhouse, which one? Or Vivanta, which is on the OMR. So I was like, again, are you sure it's happening in ITC Grand? And then Gemini is like, I'm certain. What are you talking to me about, right? I'm telling you all the things happening. It's happening on 13th and 14th. These are the sessions. You have a panel coming up. Are you prepared for the panel? Do you need help? I was like, oh, stunning. Oh, you know all the data, but is it in ITC Grand? And then Suresh pinged and said, no, it's in Taj Coromandel. And then when I went back to AI and said, dude, you're wrong. This is happening in Taj, and here we are sitting here in Taj. And then AI wakes up and says, hey, I'm so sorry, I missed it. Of course, we know the technology aspect of it, because I think when they originally planned, it was in ITC. But this was behind the paywall or after registration, so that was not available in the public domain data, which then makes this session even more pertinent as we speak about governance, risk, and intelligence. Right? So this is no longer a venue mix-up. This is all about governance. This is all about accountability. And with that said, when missions become super confident, I think governance must be more deliberate, right, and not an afterthought. So I'm going to start with all of you as the panel. I don't want to go around the panel, and you heard about the introductions. So you know the background and perspective that they're coming from. So in 1 minute, what has fundamentally changed in the last 5 years that makes the traditional GRC feel strained? Let's keep it, go around the table from here. Bala, from you.
Thank you very much for the wonderful intro and the topic. What is the change in the last 5 years? To answer this question, something never changed. Something is in very standard and static. You can change many things in the various platforms, and you can see the Python is coming to that, and the various platforms coming to that. Now AI, agentic AI, which is not changed in the GRC. GRC is a static one. In the past many years, the governance, risk, and compliance is standard. The risk rating, risk parameters, and the governance model may be changed, but the GRC is definitely mandatory for any projects, anything rollout. So this is what changed. This is one is static. Inside the GRC, what has changed in the inside GRC? Now the adoption rate is very high. When I'm in the industry past 25 years, my early days and the GRC is in a tick in the checkbox. And many of the people listen whenever we go the quality audits and the quality monitoring and the governance meeting and all, it's in all, if we talk about it, is not into that, it's one of the audit compliance framework, and whenever the audit comes into the picture, and we have to thought through and how we are going to meet the requirement, that's a tick in the checkbox. Now the change has been happened now, how the GRC is one of the key driver success of the risk framework in any of the operational and the new projects, and the product, all the forms. So that's my submission.
Sure, thank you. Sundar?
Okay, fundamentally, the change is inevitable, right? So I can see the complete landscape change in 4 or 5 parameters. Probably I'll go quickly, you'll just give me 60 seconds. So one, the banking ecosystems. Earlier the risk is inside the wall. Now coming into the fintechs, the collaboration with the SaaS providers and the cloud, it's all been, risk is subtly, we're pushing the risk outside our walls, right? So that is one. And second, on the expectation from the customers. It's not easy to meet the expectation from the customer, and the expectation is keep on changing. That is the second landscape which has been changed for the last 5 years. And third one is on the regulatory landscape. We've been continuously scrutinized when it comes to data. And even recently, you are all here, I don't want to repeat, it's a DPDP Act, which is sort of pushing us to be maintain the data privacy for the clients. That is 3. And one more thing I just want to highlight on the speed of transmission which is happening in the banking field. For example, the UPI payments, the data aggregations, all these external players are playing a great part, and it sort of changed the complete dynamics of the whole GRC. In short, risk is very dynamic, interconnected, and it's like, but when we compare, meaning the counter side, if you see our GRC frameworks, it's all like siloed, very periodic, and not sure how we are going to tackle that intelligence which raise out from these 5 fundamental items. Thank you.
Perfect, thanks. Gautam.
Hey, hi. Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Great. I see some energy there. All right. Hey, one quick or one important aspect of fundamental change, which I've seen and through my years of experience, is about handling risk, or how do we approach risk, is something differently handled these days comparing to what we have been doing it, right? So in the past, when you go to a board, you can take a risk register, or you'll be talking to them about 100 rows, talking about high, medium, low, or green, amber, red, or vice versa. But then that approach is not valid anymore, right? If you are a leader who really like to manage the risk in an appropriate fashion, I think the model has moved to a scoring model, right? It's very simple to view, and one score that can particulate or translate to your business impact. That is the way the risk has been handled right now. And today's leadership is demanding. They don't need reports. They don't need compliance aspects. They really need to know the intelligence-based or data-driven based output where they can take informed decision. That is something which is changed fundamentally, what I could see from last 5 years from now on. Again, I would like to touch about another topic called cyber risk quantification. Maybe I'll touch upon that when other leaders have been share their views. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Shakti.
Hi. Hi. Good evening, all. Thank you for the Hindu for the invitation. So, in my perspective, what has really changed is, not long ago, we were looking at tools to do the job, right? So we were in full control. But now agents are there. So they are making it their own decision and fully automating the process. So we don't know, we will have our own control. So that's one main thing which has changed, especially after 22, 23 onwards. And another basic thing, more fundamental things that I'm going to talk about is the anthropomorphism, which is like, we are using the words like intelligence, learning, and understanding, all those kinds of concepts. But there is a very high element of like confusing with the system also does a human way of understanding, a human way of learning, and human way of intelligence. Because there is a very basic fundamental difference, because I can say one example here, like for a human to understand a multiplication, how to do multiplication, we assume that addition is already known to the human. But that intuition is not going to be true for the AI models, because the way that it learns is not through the logical way. It could be a kind of a pattern, kind of a matching, right? So there is a fundamental way of the learning and intelligence and understanding. So we need to like somewhat educate the people about this, because this kind of assumption can go wrong when we are looking at auditing or regulation kind of purposes.
Sure, thank you. Thank you. I think when you talked about AI learning like humans, recently, I don't know how many of you watched that Moltbot and then the Clawbot, which were, I don't know if you have seen those things. Moltbot has built its own social network with 5,000 agents joining that social network. while initially it sounded interesting, it had immediately fallen in the hands of the dark team, and there's a lot of mining that's happening on the dark web, number one. And number two, with respect to AI being pretty autonomous, while it is capable of doing if the guardrail is not well defined, and which is where, again, we are talking about this whole GRC. It's important to understand that. So Gautaman, I'm going to bring you in. You also talked about the cyber risk quantification, and you also touched upon the evolving threat surfaces. Are we still governing infrastructure, or are we now governing decisions? And if decisions are increasingly AI influenced, does the accountability framework change? So if you can touch from the quantification perspective to this, that would be helpful.
Sure. Hey, Kaushik, thank you for asking this question. Firstly, are we governing infrastructure, or are we governing decisions? Absolutely, we are governing decisions, right? No more on infrastructure. It's all scaled, it's all standardized. No one is worrying about server going down for any reason, right? Machines are perfectly working. But then, who is going to manage the decisions? And who is taking the accountability? Which organization is mastering it? They will be differentiated a lot, right? Answering the question. But then from a cyber world, how do you do it? And that is something which is important. I will just give a guess about what is cyber risk quantification, because I advocate this, because I request all the leaders to go and look at it, because this is an open source, right? I've been looking at a model called FAIR, Factor Analysis of Information Risk. It's an open source model, only standard which is available for quantifying cyber. You can go ahead and adopt it inside the organization. If you're not able to do it, you can adopt various other tools which is helping you to adopt it. Now, when you go ahead and look at cyber, it's very dynamic. As I said, it's very dynamic in nature. Threat vectors are evolving in nature. How do you go about it? And how do you come to a prioritization list? If you go to top management, and then if a top management is asking you, tell me top 3 things that we should be focusing on and we should be putting in our environment, and tell me also justification, how do you do it, right? When you put a business context first, and that's when these methodologies really help us in terms of understanding the business risk and helps you in terms of prioritization. Say, for example, you want to implement a DLP, you want to bring a deep web, dark web monitoring. Which one should you do first? Right? That is a $1 million question. And then you need to have a lot more justification. And going in front of a top management, asking this question, getting a budget from them is ultimately, it's not a simple job, right? So first one is prioritization. For CISOs, it enables you. Second thing is, when you go back to them and then ask them for a budget, you can be rest assured, why are you going and doing this, right? What happens after you install this as well? And what happens? Will you be able to show the return of revenue? That is something that's important. And in this term, it's always about ROSI, return of security investments. For all these 2 things, a FAIR helps you to come up with the understanding, why should you go and do it? When you go to a top management, you will not talk about this risk-based or anything which is there in the plain English. You will convert all those risks into a dollar value. Meaning, you're going to talk about the business impact. What is the impact that my business is going to have? Basis that, you're going to ask a budget. If it catches their attention, yes, they're going to give you a budget, right? And then you can go and implement it. If it is not, at least you can go and then increase your cyber insurance value if something goes wrong. We can be protected as an organization, right? And then I would just touch base on the ROSI. That's something, how do you go ahead and really demonstrate that because of this, we have been protected? That's in the IT system, it's very difficult to prove. Because of this only, we have not been, have had an incident, right? That's something which is important. But then this methodology helps you to at least simulate and show what could happen if something goes wrong in our environment, right? That's something a bit. And then I think it gives a lot more privilege to all the leadership and management team and to the CISOs as well in handling such important risks for the organization.
Sure, thank you. I think, Sundar, I'm going to bring you in for this. Particularly in an environment like yours, where governance has always been strong because it's regulated by RBI. When intelligence becomes very adaptive and real time, like what we are seeing today in the AI world, does governance need to move from periodic reviews to continuous insight or oversight?
Excellent question, right? Yeah. So, yes, we do have a GRC framework in place, right? And we do have the competitive, adaptive technology in front of us. And we do have the strongest regulators in front of us. So how are we going to tackle all these three? That's something, that's a key and very important for us to address. Yeah. So if you see the banking systems, I'm just talking 5 years back, right? It's a traditional system we're talking about, right? So for example, the systems are very static, these are rule-based, and we can have very minimal change requests or minimal change process is happening in the system. That's how it's been defined. On the other hand, if you could see the latest AI or the data side, it's all very adaptive, very dynamic, all related. Policies and the governance frameworks being done in the past. It's something like, for example, a policy being reviewed only year after year. And the related controls being executed only on a quarterly basis. And your compliance checks might, for example, BCBS 239. It's an annual check across all the EU banks, right? So if you could see the difference between the real-time adaptive, data on the cloud and all the latest technologies versus the absolute and the traditional systems, the data have been completely disparated and we are not able to sort of go. And on the other hand, as Gautam mentioned, right, the top management and the senior leaders always keen to understand the real-time risk matrices, right? They want to see, okay, what is the risk? How are we going to mitigate that? Can you show me a single dashboard like where exactly the risk resides? That's a huge challenge, right? It's not that easy. So what we are just trying to embed the adaptive systems into our systems. It's like what I try to convey is like, okay, we do have that challenge in front of us. We do have the absolute and the legacy systems in front of us. How we are going to marry these two? So that was the challenge we're currently facing, and we are trying to sort of pushing to have that GRC framework, which is moved from to place in the structural layers. Traditionally, it's been sits outside as a supervisory function. So if you could go and check with any of the GRC, they'll clearly say, I'm a supervisory, I'm sort of an advisory. It's like third line of defense. Now it's not the case. You need to be in the system, and even for technology, you need to sit on every layer. And then we need to make sure that, okay, it's all governed, all the data is monitoring on the real time, and the data I'm giving out from my system, it's reliable and accurate. That's how we have been moving in that. And yes, absolutely, yes, we need to we are just catching up. We have a long way to go, but just catching up.
Perfect. Perfect. Shakti, to you, are we applying deterministic governance models to probabilistic systems?
Exactly. That's what we are doing actually. So the GRC model is more suitable for the deterministic systems. But what we are dealing with now these days are non-deterministic, stochastic in nature. And so the same input given to the system, you may get different outputs, right? And so how are we going to look at the audit or the risk management kind of process? It's a completely open problem for us. So so maybe one of the way that we can look into this kind of issue is like the idea is like, don't ask about are you following the rules to the system, but we can ask the model to say about how they are complying with the regulations that we have, right? So the framing of questions regarding to the regulation should be different, and it should be more flexible and more adaptive also. So that is what we need to look into, how to remodel the GRC kind of frameworks, and maybe through kind of intelligence again, right? So intelligence should govern the intelligence, right? So that should be the way forward, I think, but I don't have how to do it, but so that should be the way forward, I think. Yeah, thank you.
Perfect. I think that's a good perspective. Intelligence should govern intelligence. Bala, I'm going to ask you from an organizational lens, Where do you see the biggest disconnect? Is it in the technology design, in leadership awareness, or in the board level oversight?
So if you look at the organizational lens point of view, and probably I'll give us three major key points and what is an organizational lens. One is the leadership and the execution risk. One is an organization leaders are writing a policies and the procedures and rest of other things. For the execution period is something different. So it is not up to the mark and what actually are laying on the ground and what is practicing now. That is a huge gap currently, the organization point of view, the lens. We need to think more on that. Second is in a business and risk gap. So business normally talk about the speed of the delivery and how we are going to execute the project and what speed of delivery. This risk talk about more onto that mitigation plan, rest of other things. So that is the next one. So third one is an ownership gap. The ownership gap is the risk is really a big topic. When we talk about the environment QRM meeting and all, we talk about the modernization, application modernization, threat prevention, and getting approval for the budgets, other things and all. When the topic comes to the GRC, it is, and again, it is coming to that second priority most of the times, and like leaders in the stage and probably in front of us and pushing the management to automated GRC framework. I can give us a small example. Many of us reach in this hotel, which is one of great example of how the governance, risk, and compliance made. If you are coming through from the beach road, reaching this hotel, it's nightmare. You are coming through that Saidapet, reaching this hotel is it's a massive travel in one universe to other universe. So you have to go through all the way, multiple roads and circles and come to this hotel. This is one of the wrong. If you look at, is no signage boards? Yes, we have, but no one can see the signage boards. Very reasons, because the board is small and this is not a proper signage, other things. This is one of the, I'm looking at the organization perspective. Yes, the signage boards are there, but we are the people unable to understand or unable to see that the right way. We got to turn this left and take right to the park hotel, then go around this entire other street and get into this another lane and all. But Google knows. If you are going to type the Google in your Apple CarPlay or Android Auto, this will give a clear instruction on how to reach this hotel, and it will show that and how much time it will take to reach the hotel. So all the information, it will be clearly coming to that. This is such a strong governance process is followed by the Google. There is a governance process is followed by the people who is managing the roads and other things. It is not an evident, it is not helping us to reach the target. This is a pure live example. You can transform the entire thing to our real project portfolio and the real risk. The risk is there. What's the risk? Reaching the venue, it will take a longer time. Is a risk. What's the risk mitigation plan? How we are going to address the risk with an organization point of view. So how we are going to address that? Are we going to take help of Google? Are we going to say the government and put that recommendation and do that bigger signage board, other things and all? So this is one of the live example, and how the organization see the problem and how the GRC help to reach the destination, to reach the project delivery with minimal risk or the proper risk mitigation plan.
Perfect. I did face the challenge, though I didn't use Google. Quickly, I'm going to widen this a little bit more, and all of you, I would like to have a take on this. Does this mean intelligence actually reduce risk? Or does it simply shift risk to places we do not know how to govern yet? And I would like to hear some disagreements as well. Anybody? We can start with you, Shakti, and then come from that side.
Can you repeat your question?
I'm saying, does intelligence reduce risk? Or does it simply shift it to places we do not yet know how to govern?
Okay, so intelligence, I would say yes and no. So because intelligence solves your problems, But at the same time, it also gives rise to other issues like bias, hallucinations, the stochastic nature of the model, right? So it's a kind of a dilemma, like how to solve this issue. So I would rephrase the same thing which I said previously. Maybe we should govern the intelligence using intelligence, right?
Perfect.
So I think that should be the approach, but it needs to be explored more, actually. So we don't have the exact answer for it. Yeah.
Sure.
Can I compliment? Yeah. See, the intelligence is reduce the risk. Yes, no doubt. The intelligence is definitely reduce the risk. I can say some use cases from my experience. What I'm consulting with my one of counterpart. If you look at there is a contract review management system. There is 1,000+ pages or 2,000, 3,000+ pages has to be read. Multiple teams has to be read, and they have to bring the right dashboard, submit to the management, and before we have to submit the proper recommendation to management and give the right direction. Either tender can be possible or not possible, or how to take a call. So traditional way of the GRC system, and normally we talk about, and there is a 10-member or 15-member team will be work on the table and dividing into that engineering and risk and customer expectation and the compliance, various part. Now, the question to you, the technology and the tools are helping us to feed the information. It will be bring down the entire methodology. Based on the methodology what we trained the AI, it will be give us a result within 24 hours, less than 24 hours. So 10 people is working on 10 days. It is giving us in 1 day. It's really helping us the system to reduce the manpower. So what is the risk behind that? Is it an easy copy? Someone is on steal, someone is on a capture. How I trained my AI, and there is a carbon copy of another one proposal goes to the customer, ditto what I am going to develop. So now the GRC, the framework has to be talk about how the risk mitigation plan has to be in place. Either it's in security or it's in a control or it's in a data will not go out within the perimeter, various methods. We are not talking about the technological solutions. So that how we are going to control that part is one. So there is an answer. Yes, definitely it is an yes, but we have to think on the beyond the limits and how we are going to control, how we are going to mitigate the risk with the benefit what we are going to achieve.
Sure.
Yeah. I think I will also give an example that will be more helpful for this. Consider there is a ransomware inside your organization, right? When it hits you, right, you don't have time to react. You are facing it, you will not have time to react, you have fallen prey for it. It's very difficult to do it. Just think about it. If you have got an intelligence which states, hey, you're prone for ransomware, probably you have got very sensitive data, you should go and protect it. And in case if something happens, this is what you have to be more prepared. When we give this kind of information from intelligence, of course, it reduces the risk. From a behavioral as well as from a handling perspective, imagine there are a lot more services which is available in the industry. I just want to quote it because one of my peer faced this problem and he was not able to do it. So somehow he was able to manage it. But that, what is the learning that we have taken it from them? We have got a service called Incident Response Retainer. We got it. We've done an exercise with them. We have been more prepared on that, right? And then the better part is management is also aware that we are going to do this exercise, and no one can say that we can't be avoiding an incident, right? We can protect it. In case if we hit it, there's 1% chance. How are you going to face it? Yes, intelligence really reduces the risk.
Perfect.
So does the so-called intelligence reduce my risk? My answer should be yes. Only for the risk known to me. So currently, the same intelligence creates a lot of risk which is unknown to me. Yeah. So, for example, in banking, right? credit models, your fraud detection systems. Yes, this intelligence really helped me to sort of, mitigate my risk, right? Equally, it's create a lot of risk, which is not visible to my layer, right? For example, a credit system, credit model, basically, right? The risk, the way the AI been trained, it's learning phase. I'm not sure whether it's biased or not. I'm not sure whether it's treated all the customers equally. I'm not sure any specific customer segment been completely left out because of that drift in the decision making. With that ambiguity, I'm not in a position to explain the outcome from the model to the regulators in a clear and precious manner. So that is the risk to me. It's opacity. I don't have the daily risk like financial risk, operation risk, and other risk. It's very explainable. I can go and see, okay, we fix this, we will get the results. This will be mitigated. That's job and done, dusted, right? And currently, I'm also learning, system also learning. Our tech partners also sort of giving us enormous support to come up with the learning curve. But still, these stuff risk, it still exists. It's create a lot. So that second answer is no for the question you asked. Does it create a new risk? Yes, it is creating a new risk. Yeah, it's a paradox, but that's the reality.
Understood. So I'm going to go further into it saying, in the next generation of GRC, what should be governed the most? The system, the data, or the model? And we'll go around the table quickly and keep it short, please, paucity of time, or the outcome. So I'm just reiterating, should we govern the system, data, model, or outcome?
Can I go first? Yeah. So I would prefer the focus is on the outcome. The reason being outcome is the one your customer demands, your regulators is expecting, and your senior board is expecting. So outcome. So how the outcome is getting derived is because of the systems, because of the controls, because of the model what you're having in place, right? So I can see these are all the GRC framework controls, basically, that would drive that outcome. That outcome is, important for me. I'll keep it short, then I'll come back if at all if I get any conflict. Thank you.
Perfect.
So in my perspective, I would say that we need to have some kind of a governance for all. So the data, model, and the outcome. The reason is because it's most of them models are data-driven kind of systems. So the data needs to be, first of all, clear out of bias and integrity, all those kinds of aspects, right? So we need to have some kind of governance regarding that. And then model building, and again the systemic bias could be there, even if the data is good, right? And of course the outcome, right? So outcome is going to depend on what kind of prediction is there and what kind of action that we are going to take it forward, right? So we need to have the whole kind of pipeline needs to be under a kind of governance. But I would say that no kind of strict rules could be there, because what we are working is with a kind of a non-deterministic system. So we need to give a kind of a flexibility to act on its own. But there could be a general guidelines for it, like what this India AI guidelines have come up in November 25. So it's talking about kind of not a kind of a regulatory kind of a control, but it is up to the the domain specific kind of activities to come forward with their own kind of regulations, right? So in that sense, I think we need to have governance kind of system for all the three: data, model, and the outcome. But it shouldn't be like a kind of a regulatory kind of a model. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Gautam and...
Okay. All right. I would certainly go with outcome. Why? Because I was questioning it myself. Okay. I would like to ask, how many of you know Tesla here? Tesla? How many of you would like to really drive Tesla in an autonomous vehicle, right? You have seen that, right? If you drive a Tesla car, you need not do anything. You can just sit, relax, then ask the car to drive it for yourself, right? How many of you have seen it? How many of you would really like to do it? I'm not sure about that, but that's a question. See, the same model, right? It works in US fantastically, right? If you go and ask me, the context changes, right? In US, it works beautifully. Like how Suresh had asked me that question. In India, it's a trust building model, right? I'm sorry? So that's a question. When you say outcome is always important because your decisions and trust is built on that, right? Because that's a trust journey, right? I trust that product. When I use Tesla, I am empowered because seeing is what believing. I have seen it and I'm working and I'm accepting that. That is something almost about outcomes.
Well, see, if the answer isn't think on our mind, two people say, sir, steal the answer. What is the answer from my side? So probably I could give some more examples for the outcome, but Gautaman and Sunil both are already voted outcome and given enough and more examples. And my thought also, outcome is my thought.
Okay, perfect. I think one more question and then we'll try to wrap up for the sake of it. But quickly, when AI-driven decisions go wrong, where should accountability ultimately sit? Again, short answers, please.
Can I take this? Men or machine? $1 million question. $1 million question, and now is a key topic in all the forums. AI can make mistake. Yes, AI can do mistakes. AI is not on AI, and we are going to train the AI. So I don't want to divert this forum is on how the hallucination impact and building an AI governance model. So the accountability purely with the men, not with the AI machine. So machine is the machine, and it is given clear directions and clear strategy, and what are the way we are trying the AI model. AI model is helping us to give us a right way actually. Again, I'm taking the help of Google. It is helping me a lot when I'm driving a car. Google is giving a direction to you, but you're choosing or not is in your mind. So how you are going to take this one, and either you are going to take the route or you are picking up the different route, it is up to your decision. Google is giving us a clear example of which is a beautiful petrol engine or diesel engine car. It is giving example. But based on your budget, based on your need and the kilometer what you are going to driven and the comfort, all you are going to choose the car you are going to buy. So it is, blame is completely with the man, not with the machine.
Yeah, with man, understood. I thought I should have actually added a little bit more. In the man, is it the tech team? Is it the board? Is it the business leadership? Or the GRC team? Let's be more specific.
It's a business leadership.
Business leadership. Perfect. And why?
Okay. Always the decisions are made by the business leadership, right? So I need to decide, for example, technology, governance, GRC. Okay, I'll put it this way. Why the accountability should sit with business leadership, not with tech? Tech is only there to support, to build controls, provide the necessary sort of technology to run your business, right? That is one. And GRC is always looks for the second line of defense or the third line of defense, which sort of govern you and just to monitor whether you are in place to sort of maintain the correct controls, are you executing these controls in the right place at the right time. And audit comes, okay, just to monitor or evaluate how good you sort of established your outcomes, right? And senior leadership, the board will responsible only for creating the culture to embed all these things. So the responsibility 100% sits with the business leads who is taking decisions. I know my business. I know what needs to be done. The recent example I can quote, right? We submitted a model to the regulators. They didn't ask like who modeled this code, which architect created this code, who provided the sign-off for this to be embedded in your business. So because of this, it got affected. The customer segment got affected. Tell me and give me the attestation. The simple maker-checker concept in the olden days, that's coming up now. So for my view, it's only the business leadership which is a 5th line of defense across all the accountabilities.
Perfect. And if you two don't have a different view, I will probably go to the next one. You have a different view to add? No. Okay, then quickly, from a governance perspective, is governance actually becoming a friction point for innovation? Shakti, and then Gautam, if you can.
Governance needs to be there, definitely. But as I said, it should not be like a very strict set of rules or regulations that should be there, because that will affect the innovation, because that is evolving, right? So innovation is, so we are not at the stage that we have the complete automated models and all. Still it's evolving, right? So in the way of regulation, it will stop the innovation from happening. So as I was pointing it out, like in the previous answer, like the AI, India AI guidelines, which says that the intelligence and the safety should not be taken separately, right? So it says that it should be taken together when we are doing the innovation. So in a way that, so it makes sure that the safety is also taken care in the architecture design itself, right? So instead of like looking at a separate body for regulating and auditing kind of purpose, the system itself should take care of the safety issues, right? Yeah.
Sure.
That's all. Yeah. Thank you.
Short answer.
See, it really aids innovation in a very structured manner, and it has got a logic behind it. See, how many of you have seen the recent Anthropic ad which is released, right? It was a disruptor, but then it was high at innovation, and then efficiency was really built in, right? I don't want to go much in detail about it, but then that's how, in an AI-driven world, it brings a differentiation. And if the top management is aligned on that, especially the board should be aligned on the outcomes and everything, there'll be a real differentiator. Thank you.
Perfect. I will just add one perspective from my point of view. When your management asks you about return on investment, I think you're supposed to go and report on return on intelligence, right? Same ROI, but we'll use intelligence in that perspective. Last question, one word answer. 5 years from now, maybe if not 5, 2, 3, what is the one capability organizations must build today to remain resilient and trusted? One word each. 5 years from now, what is the one capability organizations must build today to remain resilient and trusted?
Data-driven AI model.
Data-driven AI model, okay.
Upskilling people's skill set.
Upscaling people's skill set, excellent.
More accountable, and how do you demonstrate the trust? Something which is important.
Demonstrable trust.
Flexible and adaptive.
Flexible and adaptive, perfect. So I think we will come to the end of it. I already see the time's up thing there. So let me close this back to where we began. We spoke about the Gemini example, right? It was harmless example. Obviously, eventually we'll figure out a way to come and manage to meet you all. But it reveals something very, very profound. Systems will confidently operate on partial truth, right? Unless we design mechanisms to question them. Governance can no longer be an audit function, and I guess we all agree on that. Risk can no longer be reactive. Intelligence can no longer operate without intent. The future of GRC is not about more control. It's about traceability, explainability, and engineered accountability. I think emerging governance philosophies, there are a lot of them. I mean, we spoke about the FAIR one. We should also look at the other things like trace, BMAD, and various aspects. And every function in IT has got something that's evolving in the governance philosophy. So I would request all of you to go and look at it. Do not bolt on governance as an afterthought. It should be built into your architecture as you design your systems for the future. I think in the AI world, Shakti did talk about it, saying we should leverage intelligence to govern intelligence. So we should use that to scale automatically. So trust does not scale. Trust must be designed. And thank you all. Thank you for your time. Audience, if you have one question, we can take it. I'm the last session, so nobody else is going to take the mic. So please, free.
as it is fast approaching and fast growing, an example of Aadhaar introduced in 2009-2010, and an act to that is coming in place in 2023, which is about 14 years later. And for an AI which is much more faster, and only the regulations has been given in 25 November for AI. How is the risk being taken care, and what should the government should do on this? Thank you.
Who would like to provide a perspective?
Sir, I think you're talking about a DPDPA Act, right? So I think by itself, right? See, Europe brought in GDPR very well ahead of the curve. And now it's time for India. And then I think similar controls are always been there, and then we are empowering it. But what is a question on that specific? Because we have got several layers. Not only we are talking about empowering data subjects and rights. I think we are going the right track. And by May 2027, every other organization will take this more serious, because there is a financial impact for every other organization is there in case if you're not going to follow it. That it will be a first level of approach. Every other organization will be doing it, because while GDPR came in place, why is that we have to follow it? That was the important question. And 4 million will be out, or 4% of your annual turnover is what something mentioned. That the similar way, I think it's well jotted down, sir. That's what I would like to answer to you. But then if you have any specific question on the risk, that I think DPDPA Act is answering that question to you.
I will throw a different perspective to what Gautam is saying. So I think the way it is evolving and what government is doing, India has done few things very brilliantly, right? For instance, if you take the telecom disruption, we didn't have to go through what the West did. We kind of skipped few generations, and we were far ahead than rest of the world. Now bring back to your fintech tech as well, right? We didn't go through the MasterCard, Visa. Of course we had those, but we came up with this UPI infrastructure that kind of skipped multiple generations ahead. Similarly, with AI, I think one of the things that we consciously did is we understand environment, we understand investments needed in it. Traditionally, our research spend has been very limited, but India is opening up to spending more on research, right? Industries have opened up to say, we will have to earmark some portion of the revenues to look into research, and like the institutional focus on that Swadeshi, Shodh Sansthan kind of institutes that is emphasizing a lot more partnership between academia and industries to emphasize more on the research will probably help us skip some of the things. And I'll give you a quick example for that. For instance, from a development perspective, what I understand better, previously we used to have developers develop the code, and then we used to have testers test it, and then you go to the QA, prod, pre-prod, prod, and all of those environments. If you are able to leverage autonomous coding, and it is anyway the syntax and semantic that it is going to work with based on the prompting that you're doing, why do you do the code review? Why do you do the QA review? You skip that entire generation, or you skip that entire function. Maybe something else will evolve in that space, but that's how our government is probably looking at it, and that's what probably I would also do if I were in their position, to look at what to be skipped, what would it frame into something in the future, and start addressing that perspective. I don't know if I answered your question. Thought I should just let you know what it is.
Shall I also add?
Yes, please, please.
Yeah. So you were mentioning about the UPI and stack, right? So now we are also building the AI stack. So in the last few days, we have been seeing that Sarvam AI has been doing wonders actually. So what is the usage of this other kind of things here? So now the Sarvam can build the payment kind of stack if it wants to going to be a paid membership. I think it has some paid membership also. So now they can use the UPI stack, which has been already very popular and has been used. And UPI stack is going to use the Aadhaar for the identification, right? So it's all connecting the dots, and it is going to be exponentially helpful for the public. And of course, there are issues like the security and other concerns are there, but if it is taken care, I think everything will work very good, actually. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Any last questions? Oh, please, sir.
Good evening. It was an interesting discussion. My name is T.S. Karthik. I'm a freelance journalist. Sir, a practical question. Can AI help in solving the Chennai's flooding problem? Predictive technologies, integrating weather data and civic infrastructure planning data. Can it solve the Chennai's flooding problem? Better disaster management?
You're talking about flooding problem, right?
Yeah.
I will give a perspective and then I'll put it. I don't know how much of the smart city initiative you had followed, which is now rechristened as the Singara Chennai 2.0, right? So a significant portion of it, again, I'll take 2 steps back, Karthik. First, I think we are missing out on some fundamental differences. We are kind of using certain words interchangeably. What used to be typical analytics, where you define patterns, where you get some perspectives and form some intelligence, is different from where you want AI to solve a problem. We are already using advanced level of analytics, collecting all public domain data from civics infrastructure, sewage, water, terrain, all of those, and there is a pattern that's already established. The only thing that is not working in tandem with that is the actual deployment on the ground, right? For example, you have seen that Vivek movie, இல்லையா? 10 பேர் வந்து ஒருத்தர் கர்த்தர் மாத்தி மாத்தி தோண்டிண்டே இருந்தா ரோட எப்பதான் போட்டு முடிக்கிறது? That's the scenario here. Data இல்ல is not the problem. Data இருக்கு, அதை pattern analyze பண்ணி outcome என்னன்னு தெரியும், எப்படி leverage பண்ணணும் தெரியும். அதுக்கு AI தேவையில்லைன்றது என்னோட perspective. Sorry, guys, any other point of view? Right. We can take it offline as well. I'm going to be here for a while, so
only implementation is the problem you're telling.
Deploying it in real-time scenario. Yeah, in a scenario like this, right outside Taj, you heard the previous story, right? Previously, they allowed us to come from this VGN side and enter into Taj, but in the road, block ஆயிருக்குன்றது வேற அங்கேயுமே போடல. You come in all the way to the end to know you can't take and then take a road and go unless you use Google Maps, right? I don't know where Google got that update, but I didn't get that update. That's what I'm trying to say. So it's all about the on-ground implementation. And the message that I'm trying to drive here is, எங்க automation use பண்ணுமோ அங்க automation use பண்ணணும், எங்க analytics use பண்ணுமோ அங்க analytics use பண்ணணும், எங்க நம்மளுக்கு AI தேவையோ அங்க AI use பண்ணலாம். இதுக்கு AI தேவை இல்லைன்றது தான் என்னோட point of view.
Thank you.
Thank you. So if there are no other questions, thank you very much. Thank you for the few of you to staying and giving us that confidence to speak on whatever little that we could know. Thank you very much. Thank you all on the panel. Very lovely to have you all here. Thank you, Hindu. Thank you, VIT, and the rest of the sponsors.
Can we have a round of applause for our panelists for ending today on a high note? Thank you so much for sharing all of your insights, and a big thank you to our audience as well, who have been really, really fabulous and interactive this entire day. We hope that you enjoyed day 1 of the Hindu Tech Summit 2026, and we hope that you really have seen what the future of tech has in store for us, and we're looking forward to sharing more insights and having more wonderful conversations tomorrow at day 2. So we'll see you right here where we start bright and early at 10 a.m. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Have a wonderful evening. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.
ഡിന്നർ ചാപ്പിടില്ല, ബ്രേക്ക്ഫാസ്റ്റും ചാപ്പിടില്ല. നോക്കിക്കോ എന്താ ചെയ്യേണ്ടതെന്ന്.
Why are you being difficult?
Read the newspaper.
The Vice President-elect C.P. Radhakrishnan on Tuesday described his win as a victory for the nationalistic ideology and vowed to work towards making India a developed nation.
Next up, an in-depth review of India's foreign affairs. And speaking of foreign affairs, Jollywood star Malesh was spotted with a 22-year-old Brazilian foreign affairs. And speaking of foreign affairs, Jollywood star Malesh was spotted with a 22-year-old Brazilian supermodel, Lana Kova. Now that's a...
ഡിന്നർ ചാപ്പിടില്ല, ബ്രേക്ക്ഫാസ്റ്റും ചാപ്പിടില്ല. നോക്കിക്കോ എന്താ ചെയ്യേണ്ടതെന്ന്.
Why are you being difficult?
Read the newspaper.
The Vice President-elect C.P. Radhakrishnan on Tuesday described his win as a victory for the nationalistic ideology and vowed to work towards making India a developed nation.
Next up, an in-depth review of India's foreign affairs. And speaking of foreign affairs, Jollywood star Malesh was spotted with a 22-year-old Brazilian supermodel, Lana Kova. Now that's a real foreign affair. Looks like trade isn't the only thing crossing borders. So tell us, do you think this foreign affair will actually strengthen India-Brazil relations? Guess Malesh.
And this is Worldview at the Hindu. Now, D-Day arrived this week for US sanctions on India after 25% reciprocal tariffs that came into play in early August. Another...
Unlike newspaper, shakkar kama.
Every idea, every challenge, every breakthrough starts with a question. Are you ready to innovate? Start, try again, push harder, think smarter. Not working? Try more.
Impossible? Not in our labs.
Experiment. Research. Test. Record. Redesign. Problem? Find a new way. Improve the design. Your first win? Good. That means you're building. New tools, bold ideas. We don't wait for the future. We build it. This is VIT, Vellore Institute of Technology.
It starts with a moment we barely notice. A video call connects instantly. A payment clears in seconds. A movie streams without pause. For users, it feels effortless, but behind every click, conversation, and transaction is an unseen, integrated digital foundation empowering 1 billion lives. India is a living digital testbed where users are young, diverse, and always evolving. Expectations change by the minute. Volumes spike without warning. For a CIO, this is the reality. Multiple environments, massive scale, zero tolerance for delay. The role is no longer about keeping systems running. It's about orchestrating intelligence. So, how do we enable intelligent conversations, operations, experiences, and growth? CIFI's AI value chain brings together an integrated, intelligent digital foundation built on networks, data centers, cloud, cybersecurity, and managed services to power AI transformation at scale. As demand surges, the network doesn't wait for instructions. It senses intent, it reallocates capacity, it corrects itself. This is not reactive connectivity. This is autonomous, agentic network, acting on intent, not alarms. And we are building resilient, autonomous networks for the future. Behind the scenes in data centers, AI workloads come alive. Digital twins anticipate failures. Capacity scales precisely when the business needs it. Inside our NVIDIA-certified, DGX-ready AI campuses, intelligent systems balance power, cooling, and compute in real time. This infrastructure doesn't just host AI, it behaves like AI. Launching new AI use cases becomes easier with pre-built models. Instant GPU pods provisioned. Costs are governed automatically. CIFI's agentic cloud and AI platform guide deployment, optimize spend, and keep innovation moving. Threats don't wait, neither does security. As anomalies appear, CIFI's AI-powered security agents detect, assess, and respond automatically. Your enterprise stays protected, compliant, and trusted. Across the stack, our intelligent agents collaborate. They fine-tune models, manage performance, and assist teams through conversational interfaces. Operations become leaner, insights arrive faster, new revenue opportunities emerge. AI scales when every layer works in harmony, from AI-ready infrastructure and governed platforms to operationalized models and intelligent agents. This layered architecture, delivered through our proprietary sovereign AI in a box, transforms AI from experimentation into enterprise-wide impact. Together, we are building India's largest AI ecosystems to power global-scale ambition. As an India AI mission and Métis Cloud partner, CIFI is poised to lead AI development at population scale. If it is AI, it is India, it is CIFI.
For 33 years, Skylark has been turning technological vision into reality across the globe. Evolving from networking to AI with the world's leading brands. With over 1,200 clients and a 98% retention rate, we don't just provide services, we build lasting partnerships. 7+ certifications each. We provide the end-to-end advantage from networking to AI infrastructure. We're even home to India's first OT security center of excellence, securing your digital world seamlessly. Skylark, empowering technology from vision to reality.
For more than 100 years, governments and global energy companies have relied on KBR to deliver engineering solutions for their most complex challenges. Today, those clients face a common challenge: how to make energy more secure, affordable, and sustainable. While global energy objectives have changed, one thing remains constant. KBR is engineering the future of energy. KBR Integrated Solutions brings together the cutting-edge technologies, expertise, and talent that are moving the industry forward. Our global team comprises more than 6,000 experts working out of 8 global hubs on over 75 active projects. And through our zero-harm safety culture, we regularly deliver multi-year projects with tens of millions of safe work hours. Our decarbonization solutions help traditional energy companies reduce emissions and achieve their net zero targets without sacrificing output or efficiency. Through our energy transition solutions, we're helping customers adopt more sustainable practices and explore new energy economies. And with our knowledge of cleaner energy sources and circularity, we're preparing our clients for tomorrow's emerging energy markets. We amplify those capabilities with collaboration across our global team and integration of the latest digital tools and digital accelerators, such as artificial intelligence, machine learning, and predictive analytics at every stage of the client journey. We are KBR Integrated Solutions, engineering the future of energy.
This is a story about change. A story that goes back to 1986, when Tally empowered a generation of game changers with the means to evolve from manual to computerized operations. This is a story of 2.5 million small and medium businesses.
Delhi है, तो टेंशन नहीं है.
Jadi untuk jalannya waktu kita tidak.
Redefine your business with TelePrime.
The life easier for everyone.
Sense of comfort.
You are saving on the hours and you are getting more clients and then of course you are getting more money.
Delhi है तो भरोसा है.
A story of 28,000 partners in India and across 100 other countries. As we create solutions that help transition and maneuver the compliance regime through VAT and GST. With innovative business management solutions to give you a superior product experience that's reliable, faster, simpler, and flexible. This is our story, because it is in your growth that we grow.
Experience has always been the battleground on which companies win or lose. And today, every experience is being disrupted by AI. Businesses must reimagine processes, interactions, and workflows to serve customers and employees better as expectations evolve. The way we shop, connect, think about money, the way we play, build, and collaborate, and the way we work. Delivering experiences for the AI era requires enormous organizational change. And what blocks progress isn't just old systems, it's old ways of working. At Virtusa, we help our clients grow faster, more profitably, and more sustainably by making experiences better with technology. By providing unmatched expertise at the intersection of industry, business, and technology to accelerate tailored domain solutions for the AI enterprise. We create what matters to your customers right alongside you because we understand your business as well as you do. Together, we're making experiences better with technology.
Karnataka takes a decisive leap forward in technology and innovation. At BTS 2025, the Department of Electronics, IT and BT unveils transformative policies, introducing the Karnataka State IT Policy, Space Tech Policy and Startup Policy to fuel entrepreneurial growth. This strengthens international collaborations and strategic partnerships by positioning the state as India's technology and startup capital, driving digital economy growth and creating opportunities for all. Through this, leading India's technological transformation into the future.